Hello. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back for the next run of SMT Marathon 3 Nocturne. We have Tokyo Mirage Sessions by EmilyBrooks. Emily, do you want to say hi?
Hey. Let's just get started. 3, 2, 1, go. Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to showcase a speed run of Tokyo Mirage Sessions. This is being run on the Switch re-release Encore. It says about 40 minutes just because it loads the game faster and some of the combat animations are sped up. I'm running on Japanese. The language has no bearing on gameplay, it's just runner preference. Also, the difficulty is on easy. This doesn't make the game free or anything, though. It's still really challenging. So throughout the run, we have these dumb text message sections where you have to sit through them. One thing to note, I'm holding down on the right analog stick, which causes new messages to show up a little bit faster, so that saves some time. The main difference with difficulty is that it changes how much damage you do and how much damage the enemy does. So on easy, I'm going to do slightly more damage, and the enemies are going to do slightly less damage. Another thing, when you're not on normal difficulty, you get double experience, so it's good to run on either easy or hard. This game's amazing. It's basically your typical Atlas RPG, but it has a whole bunch of Fire Emblem references thrown in. It's an unholy amalgamation. Oh yeah, this game has no glitches that we know of, so the entire speedrun is just pure routing. Trying to build the characters as efficiently as possible to get through the game. Oh yeah, that's a good point. One of the few differences between Wii U and Switch, because your text messages are on the gamepad, you can actually advance them while you're walking around. There are certain points where you have to like read through all your stored up text messages, and so that saves a little bit of time. I can't do that on Encore, sadly. So here we're in the prologue. This is an introductory dungeon, just to introduce you to combat. Also set up the premise of the story. entering the first battle, both my party members are level 1 and they don't have any skills, so right now auto battling is the best option. First we have Itsuki. He's the Lord character. In Fire Emblem games you're always forced to use the Lord, you can't swap him out. He's a sword unit, and he also has a secondary element with electricity attacks. Tsubasa is a Pegasus Knight. She's a flying type, which means she'll be weak to wind attacks and bows, which is pretty scary. She's a lance unit, and she's also a healer. Probably the easiest healer to set up. Both of these characters will be used through the entire run. So in this prologue dungeon, I'm gonna fight all these random encounters because in this game you need a lot of crafting materials. When you defeat enemy mirages, they drop performa. Right now I'm specifically looking for 1-star prestige, and because I can auto battle these guys, this is the fastest place to get them. So in this game, you have weapons. Each of them have 4 skills, and when the weapon levels up, you learn the skill. That's how you acquire them. So I'm collecting those 1-star prestige. I also want to get Itsuki and Tsubasa up to level 4 for the boss fight. Come back here. So this enemy's a little bulky. I'm going to use Zio to kill it. And this is the only full-length session you'll see in the entire run.
敵が現れたぞ。やれるのか俺に。
それよ。
走れ大根。よし
これでシーダがいた。
うわ
No.
これだな。みんな大丈夫か。
Tiki isn't very good as a session partner,
俺の技
and it'd be too slow to get to the second area because you have to unlock side stories.
敵だ一気に決めろ。せい
手加減なんかしないから。樹君と一緒に帰るんだ。
焦るな落ち着け。
バッチリ合わせるからね。
入れろ。よし
いいわね。
うわ
これ苦手なんだって。
よし
いいわね。みんな怪我大丈夫。この力受け取って翼。
Okay, I'm running over to this green orb to heal, and then off to the boss fight.
気をつけろ。
So you're gonna get a new party member, Toma. He's another lance user. Big mechanic of this game is the session system. It's sort of this game's version of press turn. Each character has session skills that determine what attacks they can follow up from.
自信はないけど。
So, for example, Toma's going to use a lance attack. Itsuki has lance slash, so he will follow up after that. And then Tsubasa has sword lunge, so she will follow up after Itsuki. The game automatically constructs these sessions, and generally it optimizes them for length, not damage.
樹君と一緒に帰るんだ。
There will be some parts of the run where I have to switch things around in order to manipulate my sessions so I get more damage.
それで弱点を攻めろと訓練したんだぜ。聞いたぜ。言ってくれ。クロム、俺がお前を守る。
Whenever you hit an enemy's weakness, you get a session, and Gojuin is weak to Lance. So Itsuki and Toma, or Tsubasa and Toma get both session. Right now he's using a move, you have 3 choices. He's going to spawn 3 enemies, and only one of them is real. You have to attack the real one, or else he does a really strong attack.
怖くない。手加減なんかしないから。
逃がしてはくれないよな。
それバッチリ合わせるからね。
入れろ。この日を逃すな。
いいわね。
気合い入れろ。俺。
準備 OK だよ。痛いのは嫌だけど貫くよ。
やった
間一髪。
自信を持って一か八かで入れろ。
大成功。
油断するなよ。
その技で行きましょう。
いいかぜ。翼。
Talk to them later. The Kaja and Dikaja buffs and debuffs are here. They target all 3 party members, and they last for 3 turns, and they don't stack. They only prolong the duration. Okay, as far as Toma goes, I won't be using him for the entire run. I need to use him a little bit. Right now I only have 3 party members with no alternatives. The problem with Toma, I like to joke that he's 4 fire move Charizard. That's all he does. He's DPS, and there's a better DPS party member that comes later in the game. You can do some interesting stuff if you do his side stories, but they're slow. So in this game, the cutscenes will have dialogue choices, and there's like a friendship point stat with Tsubasa if you select the right ones. If you get a high enough friendship point, you unlock a skill called Falling Star. It does a lot of damage because it's physical, so it combines with charge. And it bases itself off Itsuki's strength stat, which is really good. I can get this skill just by answering dialogue choices, so I don't waste any time. But the routing is point perfect, so I can't answer even a single question wrong. It's not the end of the world if I miss one, though. I just won't have the skill. So here's Fortuna offices. This is sort of the headquarters. And then in the back closet is the Bloom Palace. This is where we go to upgrade our characters. It's run by Tiki over here. That's right, he's the Jagan. So there's two systems we can do here. We can craft weapons, which again, weapons are how you learn skills in this game. So I need to make a lot of weapons to learn my skills throughout the run. Right now this is the tutorial, crafting Itsuki the Iron Sword. And then there's another system, Radiant Skills, which just give you passive buffs on your characters. These weapons cost resources, the Performa I was collecting by defeating enemies. So a huge chunk of the game is fighting enemies to collect Performa, to craft weapons, to learn skills. And here's Maiko. She's the CEO of Fortuna. She's an alcoholic. It's Performa. Alright, so this is Barry. He's the instructor for our little idol agency. He's living the weeb dream. He moved to Japan so he could nerd out about anime. No, Itsuki's awful. He will swerve every single text message that he can. If you look in the top left, there's a counter. That will hit 99 at some point, and it will stay there for the rest of the run. So again, keeping up with the dialogue choices, there's a couple of ones that give you points in this cutscene. Alright, before we go to the first dungeon, I'm going to take a detour to the convenience store, the Yeho Mart. This is where you can buy your consumable items. I'm going to buy 5 darts. These will allow me to do arrow damage. Sure are. This is the first dungeon, Illusory 1 of 6. First thing I want to do is fight an enemy. There's various performa I need to collect. I'll make 3 weapons before the boss fight. So enemies can drop 2 different types of performa. Each of them has like a force as well as another one. So right now I'm trying to get a nickel-wise force from the clown-looking guy. This game has a nice system where if you don't have the performa or you've never gotten it before, the game will guarantee that you get it as a drop. Although it only gives you one at a time, so I got the second one from the nickel-wise. I'll have to fight another one. The gimmick of this dungeon is there's these large dresses. There are switches in order to change the position of their sleeves, and you can use them as staircases in order to navigate the different floors. So this purple enemy is a savage encounter. There's no reason for me to fight them. They're slow, and the items they drop aren't helpful for me. Yeah. Toma has a poison strike skill. Poison's pretty useful early game. Just does a whole bunch of damage at the start of the enemy's turn. Got the nickel-wise force. Yes. Later ones seem to block ailments, but Aversa can. While I am getting all this like enemy-specific performa, I'm also still trying to collect 1-star prestige. Any enemy can drop them. Another thing to note, you get drops when you defeat an enemy, but also if you do a session attack with 3 attacks or more. Starting from the 3rd session, you get an item drop each attack. Although sometimes it's money, so it's not entirely consistent.
必ず奴らを止めるぞ。
準備 OK だよ。
やった。
決まった。
さあ、食らいま食らえ。聞いたぜ。次。
大成功。この戦い。
了解。
シーダに教わった分。
頼んだ。やり。勝てる。よし。カインと訓練したんだぜ。弱点発見。この日を逃すな。うわ。俺の番か。しびれろ。ここか。
決まった。次は逃がさないんだから。いいわね。
よろしく。すげえ俺たち。
これで一件落着だね。
俺の技。今の五木なら使いこなせる。五木、近いぜ。戦いは回避できた。五木、近いぞ。俺を構えろ。五木、ひとまずは安全か。
So you can't knock down these purple enemies, but if you slash them, it forces them to charge forward. They'll be unable to turn after that, so you can sidestep them. Also, there are teleporters in dungeons. Once you activate them, you can switch between, or warp between the ones you've activated. So coming up on a mini-boss fight, there's going to be 2 jellyfish ads that can poison me, and I don't want that. I'm going to use a special performance. This is a strong skill that expends SP. If you look, there's 3 blue bars in the top right of the battle screen. This is a heavy sword attack, and right now my party only has access to light attack, so it's very good. It will allow me to kill a jellyfish in a single turn.
初めて見るやつだ。慎重に行こう。了解。とどめ。こいつ初めて見る。I'm
gonna try and poison this guy too. I got him. That'll speed it up. And then Tyrakaja, the regular SMT buff skills are here. So they hit all 3 party members. Right now my attack is boosted by 1.25 damage. And they last for 3 rounds. You can't stack buffs. If you cast it again, it just resets the duration to 3 turns.
Mirage attack. 走れ、ライト。ラスイッチ。
The mini boss took a huge chunk of damage from poison. I was able to kill him a turn faster. Luckily, I didn't get poisoned during that fight. Poison's one of the annoying status ailments that persists outside of battle, so I'd have to waste time recovering it. Maybe I'd have to double check.
敵だ一気に決めろ
So sometimes enemy mirages will just stare away from you and you can sneak around them like that guy.
いつき近いぞ敵の気配は消えたようだ
The dress was too strong and just obliterated him from existence. Alright, so in the third room of this dungeon, there's a more intricate dress puzzle. You need to click the last of the performa I need.
やってもらった
なんか初めて見るのがいるよ。かわせないよ。やったね。
初めて見るやつだ身長一か八かで落ちろこれだな
これで終わり。
俺たちは負けない
When you craft a weapon, you usually need like 2 different types of performa. One of force, and then the second type for the other.
敵だ
So for Toma, I'll actually take 2 different weapons. So I have to keep track of which combination I'm getting.
慎重に行こう難しいかも一か八かで走れ来航やったこいつ初めて見るぞカインと訓練したんだぜそうよ毒に侵される俺の番か
バッチリ合わせるからね。
しよこれだな
これで
追撃追撃やってたぎるぜうわ
なんか初めて見るのがいるよ。
助かった
These trolls are really bulky, and I need a troll force. I'm gonna have to actually kill 2 of them because the game never wants to drop that first.
俺はお前を信じ
Even with Tartakaja, it takes a couple rounds.
次はどう攻める？えい。
ラスイッチたぎるぜ自信を持て
それよ。
走れ来航この日を逃す
これで終わり。
俺だってまだまだ高みを目指せるはずだ俺の技今の五木なら使いこなせる俺のとっておきだ受け取れトーマ
Using chakra drops to restore EP. It's not like Persona where your EP is your limiting factor or anything,
俺が力になる行くぞ
but it mostly limits your actions in a single battle.
難しいかも切るやったやりこいつ初めて見るぜ
Get rid of this guy first.
それで弱点を攻めろと訓練したんだぜ聞いたぜよろしく
Dang, he has like 5 HP. Oh yeah, both Toma and Tsubasa are lance units, and these 2 barbarians can session them, so I'm a little concerned. That's why Itsuki's killing the barbarian first.
次はどうすんだっけうわクロム俺に力を貸してくれてやるよこの日を逃す
次は
カインの力を使いこなす燃えろ俺の弱点発見クロム俺がお前を守る攻撃だクロム直伝ここか勝利
今ぼーっとしてなかった。
やった
これなら
いいね
油断するなよトム
わかった弱点発見ミラージュアタックいけるぞしびれろやった
決まった
うわ
私の番だよね。任せて。
勝てるかうわ聞いたぜクラムまだいけるか
その後で行きましょう
走れ来航ここか
私たちの勝ちだね。
お疲れみんな
Got the troll force. I think I got the barbarian perform I needed to.
俺の技今の五木なら使いこなせる
Here, there's a little secret chest hiding in the corner. One thing to know, if you do an action in the overworld, it will despawn the enemy symbols. So this can be like opening a chest, breaking a wall. It's handy. I can also go through the dress to get rid of that guy. Oh, he did a loop-de-loop! So powerful. What is with this? Okay. Their neutral game is insane. Alright. So there's another type of enemy as well, gold mirages. They spawn very rarely, but one spawner in each dungeon has a higher chance of spawning them. I did not get it first try. So this is the spawner in Illusory 106. Sometimes you just don't get lucky. I got a rare one. Or savage, not gold. There he is. So this guy will drop a special performa, a mecha converter. Some weapons require this to craft. He's weak to arrow, and I don't have an arrow member, so that's why you have to buy the darts beforehand. Unfortunately, the items you can buy are limited in Chapter 1. If I could buy an attractor spray, I could get multiple, which I need multiple in the run, but in order to get that guy to spawn again, I'd have to reload the room, which would take like a minute and a half. Okay. Guy was closing in. So when you take the teleport here, it actually resets the dress positions. I'm gonna get some treasure chests that are in the secret area over here. And normally I'd have to move the orange dress back, but the teleporter resets it to its normal position. So this first treasure chest contains a lot of money. Money's pretty tight early game, so it's appreciated. And then this chest contains detritus. I will use that in Chapter 5. So now I need to go craft weapons. I'm going to use a Triport Stone, which warps me back to Fortuna offices. This is the vending machine. You pay 160 yen and your party's full healed. Be using that a lot. He's getting the key. This has a session skill I want. Tsubasa is getting the Radiant Lance. This will give her Zon. She'll use for magic combat. And then I don't really care what weapon Toma gets. The Wind Spear has slightly more attack. He's not long for the party, so... There's also Radiant skills, which are passive upgrades. This Director Itsuki lets me... If I kill an enemy with a session attack, I can switch to a different enemy. Support does the same thing as a Support Stone, but it lets me cast it for free. And then there are also certain Radiant skills that advance the plot that you need to learn. When you learn them, it plays a cutscene and then it kicks you out of the menu, so it's best to learn them last. Making a quick stop by Karabia, the jewelry store. This is where you can buy accessories. They're basically your armor in the game. They make you take less damage, and they also give you stat bonuses. Itsuki's getting the Power Bangle, which gives him Strength +1. And then Tsubasa's getting the Mage Ring, which gives her Magic +1. These are pretty minor, but the other accessories we'll get later in the game have more significant stat buffs. So I need to learn some of the skills from the weapons I just crafted before the boss fight. Weapon experience is really complicated and the game doesn't explain it at all. Right now with the tools I have, the best option is to use party buff skills. I'm going to have Itsuki use Rakukaja and Tsubasa's going to use Tarukaja. I don't need Toma to learn anything, so he'll just guard. I will do 6 rounds of this, and that will learn me 2 skills. The gist of it is when you use skills in battle, you get weapon experience. There's a lot of factors on the level of enemies you're fighting. How many enemies if you're using like an AoE skill. Finishing up my last buff, and I can just auto attack to end the battle. There's a better way to farm weapon skills later. This is just sort of a chapter 1 stopgap. So Itsuki learned Flame Slash. This will let him do a session during the boss fight. And then Tsubasa also learned a session skill, but I mostly just want to get her closer to learning Zon for chapter 2. Okay, so the upcoming boss fight is Aversa. She's going to use a skill Dark Envy. This will debuff one of my party members, and then for the next 3 turns, all the enemies will attack only that person. On round 1, she's guaranteed to cast it on Tsubasa. So I can put her in defensive by using Guard. This reduces the damage she takes by 50%. It also prevents session attacks and status ailments, so it's a very good defensive option. The beginning of the fight, I'm just trying to set up so Tsubasa doesn't die. I need her to cast Tarukaja. So using Rakukaja to boost my defense. Someone's gonna try and get rid of one of these ads. Dark Envy. So it got rid of my defense buff. I'm gonna cast Rakukaja again so that she's buffed.
Mirage attack. Kai. 俺に力をたぎるぜ。言ってくれ。
Okay.
足を引っ張らないようにしないと。
By killing one of them, I cut off their session basically, which helps not take much damage.
お前なら勝てる。俺に任せて。あ
りがとう。私頑張るね。くらいなら。
カイ。俺にやってみね。
See if I can get the poison off. I don't think I got it. And then Tarukaja, we're gonna start attacking. So Iisuke's gonna use Empty Wave, the special performance again. One of its other effects is that it lowers the enemy's resistances to one step. So Aversa will now be weak to Lance, which means that both Toma and Tsubasa can session. Toma has a really good special performance, Full Throttle. Every attack in the session is going to be a guaranteed critical hit. And with buff Tarukaja, this does a ton of damage. From here, I can just continually session with the lance attacks from Empty Wave. Another thing I'm looking out for is Aversa can drop a 2-star prestige. She's the only enemy in Chapter 1 that can. And if I don't get one from her, it wastes time. I just got one from the session attack. Perfect. Versus dead. Boss is learning Zon. This will be her primary magic attack. Both of my mage units will be focusing on wind. It's a very good element. Every flying enemy is guaranteed to be weak to wind. And then a lot of key boss fights are as well. So here's another Tsubasa dialogue choice. After each chapter, there's an intermission. They force you to read through all the text messages that you didn't read, which sucks. If I was on Wii U, I could advance through these text messages without losing time on the gamepad, but on Encore, I just have to sit through them here. The intermission exists because sometimes, for plot reason, NPCs aren't around when you want to do side quests, but during the intermission, they're all guaranteed to be in the right spot. I don't need to do any side quests, so I'm just going to go straight to the lesson studio, which advances the game. So this is Black Frost Anna. She's the second cooler Anna. She sells you all the broken combat items. Start off, I'm going to sell a bead chain I collected in chapter 1. 18,000 yen. Then I'm going to buy 3 attack mirrors. Also some smoke machines. These let me run away from battle. Attack mirrors are an SMT staple, but it's easier for me to show them what they do. So I'm also buying an attractor spray. This lets me repeatedly spawn enemies if I need to get Performa from them. I'll use it in the upcoming mini boss, the attack mirror. They cast on all your party members. And you can buy them starting at chapter 2, so they're incredible. The main limiting factor is that you can only hold 5 of them. Okay, using that 2-star prestige I got from Aversa, I'm going to buy or craft the Deathbringer, which is a sword for Itsuki. One mechanic is that you're able to craft the same weapon multiple times. When you do this, you get access to a 5th skill. For the Deathbringer, that will be Wind Slash. That's a very important skill, and it's worth crafting this weapon twice. It may seem trivial as just one single session skill, but Itsuki loves physical attacks. His electric attack it pales in comparison, so that contributes to a lot of damage during boss fights. There are locked areas you don't get access till chapter 5. Now we're heading to the second dungeon, Illusori Shibuya. I love the aesthetic of this dungeon. It's got this cool like fluorescent light aesthetic. Floor shiny, got the nighttime cityscape. So I'm going to get Toma, put him on the bench where he belongs. Kiria is our new best friend. Kiria is dreadfully slow. She will always go last in battle. She has a crippling weakness to swords, and her max HP is pretty low, which means she's incredibly fragile. But, having said all that, she's big magic damage, and I like big damage. She also has access to ice, fire, and wind, which makes her really versatile, and she can start sessions on basically everything. She also has access to status ailment skills like Lullaby Song and Makajimon later. So at the beginning of this dungeon, I'm going to fight a bunch of random encounters. I'm trying to get my SP up to 2 SP for use in the mini-boss. I'm kind of low, actually. So, Itsuki just learned Ice Slash, which will let me session off Kiria's Ice skill. She also has this body skill, Flux. It's kind of a meme. There are no body session skills. Also, there are no like upgrades for it either. You only get the light damage one. So it falls off really hard later in the game. But I can get some use out of it now. Another thing I'm doing at the same time is I need a lot of 2-star prestige in this dungeon. So by fighting these enemies, I'm getting a chance for them to drop. A lot of multitasking. A huge dodge.
大成功。当たらないわ。
一緒に行こうクロム。
それよ。
そい。
この日を逃すな。
これで終わり。
どうもです。
So the gimmick of this dungeon is that there's these various cameras placed around. If you walk in the line of sight of the camera, it will teleport you back to the start of the room. So I need to walk around them. You're in a good
初め
fight.
て見るやつだ。慎重に行こう。一か八かで。一か八か。そい。ここか。
決まった。まずいわね。こんな敵いたかしら。どうかしら。
いいね。
どうかしら。凍えなさい。
閉じるなよ。
大成功。なんか初めて見るのがいるよ。よし、これなら。
いいね。クロム、まだいけるか。
準備 OK だよ。
いった。ここか。
大成功。あと1体。手加減なんかしないから。時間が押すわね。その技で凍えなさい。そう、これがいい。これが本物のパフォーマンスよ。私の技術、キリアだけに。
This fight I need Performa from, the Haddle Zone, and the Fever Chain Cell.
強いぞ。
それよ。
クロムみたいに。これだな。
決まった。
クロム、まだいけるか。
その技で
クロム直伝だ。やった。
いいわね。翼、いつでもいけるわよ。いいわよ。吹き飛べ。
I already hit 2 SP, so after I get this Performa, I can just go through the rest of the dungeon. I need both of them.
俺の技、今の五木なら使いこなせる。
てあ。
俺を構えろ、五木。敵の気配は消えたようだ。
Hey, that's not fair. There's a clown in the new Fire Emblem. This treasure chest is very important. I'm using a treasure key. It contains the Rory earplugs. This is an accessory that gives you plus 12 speed in exchange for minus 3 defense and res. With plus 12 speed, you can pretty much guarantee that a character goes first in battle, which is very important for setting up and getting the advantage during boss fights. These guys are scary because they can charm my party members. Okay, I got lucky.
私に力を貸して。いいわよ。任せて。飛んでっちゃえ。お願い。やった。さりゃ、準備にいい。絶対レード。体験しやったわ。よろしく。大成功。
Also poison? Wow, they're brutal. No.
それいけそうね。いけるわね。
この一撃で。ミラージュアタック。いけるぞ。了解。
I picked up some dispoison in chapter 1, which is good.
そ
to use.
セッション
I didn't actually get poisoned though, so it's the first time I'm using it.
うわ
ミラージュアタック俺は負け
みんな大丈夫か
私の技術キリアだけに
や
左か戦いは
I'm gonna go left at the fork here instead. Going right just gives you 10,000 yen, I think.
てあ
俺を構えろいつき
や
ひとまずは安全か俺を構えろいつき
てあや
戦い俺が力になる行くぞ戦いは回避できたか敵が現れたぞ
てあ
Alright, now things gonna get exciting. I'm gonna rearrange my equipment. I want to put the roaring earplugs on Itsuki. Make sure he goes first. And then I'm actually gonna put weak accessories on both Kiria and Tsubasa. Starting off with the attack mirror, all three party members will get a shield. If the enemy attacks them, it will reflect their attack and deal damage to the enemy instead. You can see even on easy difficulty where the enemies do less damage, that one did enough damage to kill itself in one hit. So I'm using Tsubasa's special performance here, Aerial Dance. This is an AoE lance attack that does a ton of damage. Lets me clean up the ads, and now I can... Yeah, I still have an attack mirror up, so I'm going to attack the boss. He's going to do 2 physical attacks now that the ads are dead. Which, it's fine if one of my people die. Wait, I really didn't have 2 attack mirrors up? What the heck? Okay, well I can save this. Kiria didn't die, luckily. So revive Tsubasa and then attack mirror. Yeah. Because he does 2 physical attacks, he's really susceptible to attack mirror cheese. And then both Tsubasa and Kiria concession. I need a little extra damage just in case I get unlucky. Attack mirrors can kind of be inconsistent. There we go.
俺の技今の五木なら使いこなせる
So in the final area of this dungeon, there'll be these large photographs. If you activate the color coordinated switch, it will fold them out, letting you walk across. Going down here to grab a claptrack chest. Claptracks let you recover 1 bar of SP. They're very rare, you can't buy them, so I'm trying to get as many as I can from treasure chests. So one last performer I need. I'm actually going to swap Toma in because the cleric is weak to fire. Tsubasa can't really do anything. You did it, Toma. Take the orange dress up to the 3rd floor. Double checking. I need 6 2-star prestige and I have enough. Although I should get rid of poison. This chest contains sleeping sands. I can use them to put an enemy to sleep. They're good for backups if my main strategy for boss fights doesn't go as planned. This is the red switch. Then pulled the red photograph. So right around this corner there's a tricky camera. You have to go around to get the chest in the corner. Stairs are Mirage's mortal weakness. They just can't handle them and will instantly disappear if they touch them. Warping back to the beginning here, there's an area with 2 treasure chests I can access with the red photograph. Yo. That's 2. Can I get the 3rd? Oh no, 3rd. This is the spawner that has an increased chance for golds in this dungeon. Unfortunately, it's a little higher level, so I can't kill it with darts. So these chests contain 2 treasure keys. I will sell them for 20,000 yen. This is where the boss is, but the game's gonna kick me out of the dungeon. I need to learn a plot-related Radiant skill in order to progress the story. During that dungeon, I leveled up Kiria's stage rank to level 5. Stage rank you just accumulate by participating in battles. They let you access more Radiant skills, but more importantly, they let you unlock characters' side stories. Each character has 3 side stories, and they're basically side quests. You complete them, you get access to battle skills. I'm going to complete Kiria's one before the boss fight. So she misplaced her stuffed animal, and she's busy with work, so she asked us to go find it for her. Found it on the floor, but it seems like it was trampled on, so we can't just return it as is. Unfortunately, due to the way the layers work, I need to talk to Ayaha and Fortuna, but all the characters are set up because I need to search for something to unlock Tsubas's Radiant skill. So Ayaha isn't in this scene setup, and I can't talk to her yet. Otherwise, I could like double up the side story and this and save a trip to the Bloom Palace, but Tsubasa is getting the Killer Lance. This will give her more wind skills. And then Kiria is getting the Silver Rod, which will give her both fire and wind skills. Well, Kiria is learning Endless Song. This will let her survive a magic attack if it would kill her at 1 HP. And then Itsuki, HP Fitness will increase his max HP by 10%. It's really nice, and it will scale across the game. Now that I learned the Radiant skill, Ayaha can show up. We're asking her for some advice so we can repair the stuffed animal. So by completing this side story, I'm going to get access to an ad-lib skill called the Labyrinth. It is an AoE ice attack that confuses every enemy. Ad-lib attacks are randomly procced if you use the matching element, in this case ice. So normally they're not very helpful. I won't be able to use them when I want to. But this game has a funny quirk where right after you learn an ad-lib skill, the next time is a guaranteed activation of the skill. So by doing the side story right before the boss fight, I can save my guaranteed activation right for it. And that makes them way more useful. This game's amazing. Each of the side stories usually correlate to a performance, and then the battle skill has an animation of the performance, and they get a costume of it. It ties in really well. I didn't start Tiki's side story, no. You can also do side stories for the 3 support characters. I don't need Tiki's first. Like, you get a support skill. It's not very useful, but you have to do them in order, and her second skill is very useful. So I bought more attack mirrors to use for the boss fight, as well as Mabufu stones. I used to just learn Mabufu from a weapon, but I had the epiphany one day that you could just buy those instead, and I don't have to craft a weapon. That's also kind of annoying, because you have to learn the skill, which means going into a battle and making sure that you don't accidentally activate the ad-lib I just learned, which I've made that mistake multiple times. Oh, I need to rearrange the... I'm moving the roaring earplug to Toma, and I'm putting a weak accessory on Itsuki. Gangrel has an interesting gimmick. He's going to spawn ads, and he's going to use them to body block him, so you can't directly attack. There's two ways to get around this. One is by using status ailments on the ads. If they have a status ailment, they can't body block. So hopefully Toma goes first. Game can troll me sometimes. Cool. I can sneak in a full throttle before he spawns the ads. Let's get some free damage in. Gangrel will also do physical attacks, so I will use attack mirrors to protect myself and do some free damage. And then Kiria will activate her ad lib, which will confuse all of the enemies. Good. Going to swip Tsubasa in. I don't want EXP on Toma. Now that I can directly attack him, I'm just going to start a Lance session. Of course, I don't know why. Tsubasa has a skill issue. She misses so much. The second way to get around this is if you use AoE attacks. You can't body block those either. The nice thing about this as well is it's going to chip damage the barbarians. Confuse won't last forever. It can get rid of it as little as one turn. So with the Mabufu stones, I can make sure they're dead before they wake up. Alright, getting good luck with the attack mirrors. Confuse is not ideal because sometimes the enemies will attack you instead of doing nothing, and they can break mirrors. Alright. Very clean fight. At the end of this chapter, we get a new party member, Eleonora. She's not good. I won't use her ever. Don't worry about it. You get this extra text message conversation on Encore because there's a new side story. It's the worst. So during intermissions, Itsuki learns skills. Right now he's learning Strike a Pose, which is a really good special performance. It lets everyone act twice for this turn. I will be using that throughout the game. I like how I'm saying this and I'm always the proponent of the early game archer in Fire Emblem. Rebecca apologist here. Every character's fine casually. A lot of it comes down to I won't be doing everyone's side story. The side stories are where they get their good skills. My NDA is interesting because I started on maddening and then switched to hard, so I'm playing on fixed growths. So she's like, okay. She doesn't have speed, but like no one in this game has speed. So this is Yashiro. He's kind of the antagonist character. He just shows up at her office and we get this scripted fight. Yashiro's too powerful. We can't kill him, so I want to die as fast as possible. If you get his HP low enough or 5 turns pass, he just casts an almighty spell that instant murders you. Yeah, I didn't use Alchrist, so apparently he has a good personal skill because he's one of the royalty. So remember Barry? He's having a great time. He's jamming out. At the start of each new chapter, you get access to more accessories. I'm going to buy Kyria the Wind Anklet. This is a good accessory because it increases your speed. Do I not have enough money? Oh no. How much is it? 36? 38? I think I bought an extra Mabufu stone, which is a problem. Alright, we're good. Fortunately, I'm broke. I would ideally like to buy this for my other 2 party members as well, but money's very tight in this chapter. Oops. I'm not gonna have money to buy ice packs either. This will be interesting. What else can I sell? Oh, Oh, I didn't sell these. That's why I'm so broke. Freaking missing out 20,000. I need all this money to afford 25 ice packs. Please understand. Also 4 tractor sprays. Also, to continue Tiki's side story, we need to go to the cafe, which is just over here. Exactly. So one of the Vocaloid producers randomly wandered into an Idolosphere, and we need to go rescue them. So for the previous boss fight, I put on weak accessories intentionally so that my attack mirrors would do more damage, and I just put the regular armor back. This is the third dungeon, Illusory Daito Television. And the gimmick is that there will be various mirages that will give us errands to do that we have to complete in order to progress through. Mostly it involves a lot of walking, so this dungeon takes a while. In each dungeon, you get a different rank of star prestige. So the previous one was 2-star, and now this dungeon will drop 3-star prestige. So each dungeon I need to continuously get new performance to craft better skills and weapons. See if I can sneak past this guy. Got him. Wow. The juke.
が力になる。行くぞ。
Talk to this Mirage. There are various lanterns around this floor, and he wants me to light all of them.
敵だ。不意打ちに気をつけろ。いつき、近いぞ。ひとまずは安全か。いきなりか。俺を構えろ、いつき。
Ah, so they spawn a triple encounter right outside. If you're fast, you can activate the lantern, which will despawn all the Mirages before they start a battle. But I got owned.
敵だ。不意打ちに気をつけろ。敵の気配は消えたようだ。敵だ。一気に決めろ。せい。せい。せい。ひとまずはこれはミラージュの気配。ひとまずは安全か。俺が力になる。行くぞ。はっ。何？敵の気配は消えたようだ。
That was a little scary.
俺を構えろ。いつけ。敵の気配は消えたようだ。
I got all the lanterns, so the door opens. If I go up the stairs, we're gonna enter the grind zone. Unfortunately, there's 2 major grinds I have to do throughout the run. The next 2 bosses are very challenging. So I'm going to tractor spray to make this enemy respawn over and over. A couple objectives I need to complete here. First one, I want to get my characters to level 25. These enemies are higher level and they're easy to kill, so good experience. The second is I need Kyria to reach stage rank 8. Right now she's at stage rank 5. Stage rank is really hidden. The game doesn't explain it at all. There are various skills that increase stage rank points, and if you get enough stage rank points, you level up. Luckily, I have access to a RAM Watcher for the Wii U, so I can sort of reverse engineer it. Every time you attack, you get 1 stage rank point. If you participate in the session, you also get 1. But the real gains come from using support skills. If you use a heal item, or an AoE heal item, you know, Tarukaja, Rakukaja, stuff like that, you get 4 points.
それいけそうね
And then the other 2 party members also get 1 point.
さすがだわバッチリ合わせる
Right now I need Kiria to actually kill things, so she can't use the ice packs to get 4 points, but Tsubasa can't start a session here, so by using ice packs I can still give Kiria 1 point, even while I'm not doing anything.
怖いけどよし任せて
Another thing I should mention, each dungeon has a multiplier for stage rank points. So up to now we've had a 1x stage rank multiplier, but this dungeon, now we get a 2x multiplier. It's always best to grind stage rank in as far as you can access in the game.
敵だ一気に決めろミラージュアタックいけるぞしびれろ
続いてください終わりにしてあげるわ
When you fight enemies, if they're 4 or more levels higher than you, you get the full 2x experience, at least on easy. As soon as you get like 4 levels under them, then that bonus starts to decrease until when you get to the same level of them, then it's just a 1x EXP. So after I hit level 25, this fight isn't going to give me as much experience. The main purpose of this is I need to fight some encounters here to get Performa, craft weapons, and they're very scary, so by getting to level 25 first, I can at least have a fighting chance.
この力受け取って翼私の技術キリアだけに行くわよそれよこれねよろしく今俺はそれいけそうね
Something annoying is you can't use a healing item unless all your party members aren't in full health. So I have to wait for the enemy to actually hit me. And sometimes they can dodge the attack, which means I just can't heal at all.
い
Yeah, you just do more damage if you're higher level. The same for bosses as well. The game's kind of designed so that every boss is going to be over-leveled. So you're constantly fighting against that.
俺に力をしびれろここかお願いとどめ強敵よ気をつけてバッチリ合わせるからねやったわこの日を逃すな翼ありがとう任せて助かったクロムいいわよしびれろここかお願いフィニッシュ俺たちは負けない
Yeah, I remember unlocking Kiria's last side quest, and that one's like insane. You get access to it way too early, and it's kind of a scripted fight where if you can't survive attacks, you just die.
今がチャンスだよこの日を逃すなやったわ次の仕事これよろしくいいライブだったわ私の技術キリアだけに
クロム俺に力を貸してとどろけここかこの隙にとどめ蹴散らすわよこれ行ってくれ
大成功終わったら助かった助かった
Another objective is I need a ton of 3-star prestige. I need 22 before I stop grinding. So every time I kill one of these Balrogs, I get a chance for one to drop, as well as session attacks, which both Kiria and Itsuki are doing a 3 session. One small thing, I'm not knocking this enemy down, I'm just running straight into it. If you don't knock it down, there's a chance that the enemy can strike first, but it's not really a huge problem. For other fights, it's good because the first turn is very important and allows you to get advantage. So I knock down other enemies. Okay, now that I hit level 25, luckily 2 encounters right next to this had the performance I need. They actually spawned from the same spawner too. Okay. So these are axe armors and Tsubasa's a lance. She can get sessioned, so I'm going to guard with her. I actually got really lucky and Tsubasa went before the armors. It doesn't always happen. Kiria's ice magic can get through their bulk pretty well. This guy started bodyguarding, so I can't kill the other one. She can actually take an ice or axe attack. It's mostly swords. So got the armor force. Now I need the other encounter. This one will have a red barbarian, which can also heck Tsubasa up pretty well. Although it's not worth guarding. There she goes. It's basically an Atlas RPG with chock full of a ton of Fire Emblem references. Luckily, I could survive because I have Endless Song. I think I'm gonna actually run away. I need to get 2 Performa from the Red Barbarian anyway, and reviving is difficult. You basically lose 2 actions. I'm gonna use a stamina drink. I don't have one of those. Bead. Chakra drop 2. One of the benefits of playing on easy is enemies do slightly less damage, so Kyria can see some more use compared to, say, the hard mode route for this game.
クロム、俺に力を貸してくれ。その技でいきましょう。クロムみたいに。ここか。もうへばったの。どうかしら。熱いわよ。私まだまだ強くなる。決まった。その調子だよ。全部なぎ倒すよ。よかった。頑張ったわね。翼。
They mostly rely on attack mirror damage early game, and then they just stick with Itsuki, Tsubasa, Yashiro. I know there's a really funny strat where they purposely keep Kyria low level so that she can boop Yashiro during the Exos fight and like kill him in one hit. I got the Performa I need. Now I just need to make sure I have enough restart prestige, and then I can focus on getting Kyria's stage rank up. Okay, I have enough. So I'm gonna switch to Kyria using ice packs. Itsuki and Tsubasa are just gonna auto battle so I can give enough turns. Although unfortunately everyone's at full health. 15. Part of the skill of this is I have to keep track of exactly how many stage rank points I'm getting, so I can end the grind as soon as she hits 8. Again, this is giving Kyria 4 stage rank points every time she uses one, and then also the 2x multiplier for 8. Alright, I hit 7, which I think I was supposed to before I started using ice packs, but I don't think the count will be off too much.
Mirage Master. Okay. そんな攻撃。さてと。やった。助かった。やった。いつき、勝てるか。まだまだ。
Big thing with Kyria is her max HP stays low throughout the entire game, while Itsuki gets like 3 times her HP, especially with life gain. That alone just makes her really fragile.
呪いのよし、ありがとう。私頑張るね。
やれやれ。
大丈夫かいつき。
せい。
さすがだわ。よし、ありがとう。私頑張るね。当たらないわ。
まだまだ。
えいやっ
せい。
ラスト。ありがとう。よし、ありがとう。私
It's funny seeing Kiria's melee attack where she just smacks them with her microphone stand.
気をつけろ。ミラージュアタックいけるぞ。
呪いの力
やった。
たまり。はっ、ありがとう。私
So I'm gonna run out of ice packs here. I also have first aid kits, but I need to make sure I switch, or else it's gonna go to the first healing item in my list.
ミラージュアタック。
Should have about 7 more uses.
私頑張るね。翼決めてみせるよ。間一発やっ力不足は否めないわね。
助かった。
いつき当たるか。
まだまだ。
間一発
ミラージュアタック。
倒したぞ。
私も続く。
助かった。オッケ
C だ。
Oops.
ー。おっと。
This game's kind of silly. You can only start auto battle during your turn, which it just steals your action. I know in other games you can fast forward during the enemy's turn.
やった。まだ倒。助かった助かった。
今鉄砲よかったないわ。まだまだね。はっやっ呪いの子。
いつき当たるか。
まだまだ。おっと。
ラスト行くわよ。やった大成功。この調子で頑張ろう。
I think I need to use like 1 or 2 more.
クロム、俺に力を貸してくれ。これで。
手加減なんてしないから。呪いの力。ありがとう。終わったらえい。呪いの力。よし、
助かった。
C だ。私に力を貸して。任せて。これなら。
Okay, stage rank 8. Grind is over.
気をつけろ。
よし。
敵の気配は消えたようだ。
So I'm gonna triport and then I'm just immediately gonna enter the dungeon again. There's some weird quirk. Right now Kiria's side story won't activate. But if I leave the dungeon twice, not once, it will activate. So the errand for this section, he's going to give us a couple lanterns, and there'll be these various rooms with 3 torches in them. Each Mirage in them has a different preference for the light level, and you need to satisfy all of them. You also have to talk to the person after, or else it doesn't count. I've definitely made that mistake before. But my dirty trick is always just interact with the left lantern. I don't have to think about it. This triple encounter is really hard to dodge, so I'm probably just gonna run through it.
ずいな。初めて見るやつだ。慎重に行こう。これだろ。
俺が力になる。行くぞ。
I like this guy. The full width English is powerful.
俺が力になる。行くぞ。敵のいつき近いぞ。
For the final room, I need to light all 3 lanterns with the lights I stole from the other guys. And then the cutscene triggers, which is good. I didn't forget anything. So Kyria won't actually show up yet. I have to reload the room. But this works out anyway, because you can't start multiple side stories at the same time. If you start a new one, it just erases your progress from the previous one. So I have to go finish Tiki's side story first. The skill isn't very useful, I just think it makes things like Ripperama last longer than normal. But I'll be able to start her second side story, which is the one I want. Now, Kyria's side story is hilarious. Maiko accidentally booked Kyria the wrong gig, which involves wearing a cat kigurumi. And Kyria has a meltdown. She has a secret complex about liking cute things, and she lights on fire and threatens to murder everyone. Slides into an absolute rage. So the other side stories I've done involve just going to places and watching cutscenes. This one I need to go into an Adola Sphere. Looked at the wrong messages. I need to kill 10 of the specific Mirage because Kyria thinks they're cute and she wants to kill off the part of herself that likes cute things once and for all. So there's an encounter with 2 of that enemy slightly inside the dungeon. Technically, Kyria needs to participate in a session that kills the enemy, so I'm gonna have Itsuki use Zio, which will make a session that kills both of them.
きます。内向。よし、倒したぞ。キリアさん、フィニッシュ。お疲れ、みんな。いけるか。落ち着いていこう。いけるわ。ちぎれろ。よし。続いてください。ラストワン。この調子でいこう。いつき、近いぞ。クロム、俺に力を届け。よし、倒したぞ。キリアさん、フィニッシュ。みんな大丈夫か。今の俺はいいわよ。イカズチよ。ここか。今だよ。ラストワン。俺たちは負けない。いつき、近いぞ。ミラージュアタック。それよ。走れ。内向。来ました。今だよ。ラストワン。なんだか照れくさいな。
Oh my goodness. Menuing impossible. Okay, now to craft all the weapons from that performa I spent time getting. Itsuki's gonna get the Regal Sword. This will give him Armor Slayer, which I will use for the boss fight of this dungeon. Tsubasa is going to get the Stingray. The important feature of this weapon is that it nulls body damage. That'll be useful in Chapter 4. And then Kyria is going to get the Drizzle Rod. This will give her access to more wind skills in sessions. For Radiant, Itsuki's learning Smash Hit, which makes me earn more SP in battle. Tsubasa's earning EP Fitness, which increases her max HP by 10%. In endgame, all the healing spells use a ton of EP, so I want her to have as much as possible. Also learning First on the Scene. This skill makes it more likely for her turn to be first in battle, which is very powerful. Now that Kyria has accepted that it's okay to like cute things, we get access to a skill, Pastel Power. It's a special performance, costs 1 SP. It will confuse every enemy and also stun bosses. So previously I used an ad-lib to confuse all enemies, but I only had one guaranteed activation of it. This I can use multiple times. Also, the other one wasn't a guaranteed confuse, while Pastel Power is. So it's really good. I will use it for both the mini-boss and the regular boss of Chapter 3. The upcoming mini-boss fight, Chaos Pegasus Knights, has 4 ads that are really annoying. There are 2 sorcerers. They can both cast AoE magic that does a lot of damage to me, and they can also heal the boss, which slows everything down. So by using pastel power and confusing them, I can shut them down and make the fight faster. Going over here, there's a 35,000 yen chest, which is good. I need to be able to afford those accessories I couldn't buy earlier. Money's so tight because attack mirrors cost a lot. And we buy so many of them because they're really good. But late game, money becomes less of an issue. Remember, Itsuki learned that special performance at the intermission, strike a pose. I'm using that here, so I'll get 2 actions this turn. The boss is weak to both electricity and wind, and I have really good session synergy with that. I can get 3 count sessions for all of those. I need to not to the stone. Well, I'm waiting for the boss to debuff me more, so I get them all. This is an amazing skill. The other nice thing it does is it deletes the boss's next turn. So now for round 2, they just not go at all. Yo, they healed me. How nice. I don't have to attack Mirror this turn because of that. They debuffed themselves. Okay, they didn't. Through confused, they can still decide to heal. I think this guy's. Oh, he decided to attack. That's fine. And then now the boss gets their turn, so I will attack Mirror. And they died to reflect damage. Good fight. The turn order in this game is really messy. You can give your characters as much speed as you want, but like sometimes you just won't go first in battle. And that means you have to make a lot of small adjustments to how you fight each boss. It's a headache for routing, but I think it makes this game a lot of fun, especially to research new strategies. So Itsuki just learned this skill, Armor Slayer. This is a reference from a Fire Emblem mechanic. In Fire Emblem, there's different classes of units, like armor units, cavalry units, flying units. And there are special weapons that if you match them up with a particular unit type, they do bonus damage. In this game, if you use Armor Slayer on an armor unit, you can start a session even if they resist your status or your element. So Drog resists swords, but with Armor Slayer, a sword skill, I can still session him. The attack and the entire session will do double damage, and it will also ignore resistances for the entire session as well. So it's a really good attack skill for the upcoming boss fight. Right now I need to leave the dungeon to go get a plot-related Radiant skill in order to get past the next Aaron guy. But since I got money, I can buy the wind anklets for my other party members. He's giving me +6 speed, and speed's a really important stat because you want to go in early as battle as possible. You can't directly warp to the lesson studio, so a lot of times it's faster to just walk straight there from like the Hiho Mart or Karabia. Hey, one's going pretty good. Getting Endless Song for Tsubasa as well. This will let her survive a magic attack that would normally kill her. So for the final section, this guy's going to give you 3 scripts, and I need to walk around the area and hand them out to Mirages. He gives you a time limit, but it's incredibly generous. I also need to grab a Performa here.
Mirage Master なんだ。一か八。走れ。ライト。これだな。やったわ。
I think his starting weapon is the falchion, but you don't get it back until you craft the super duper ultimate weapon, which is not feasible in the speedrun.
大丈夫かいつき
それいけそうね
この日を逃すな
Or you get the exalted falchion at the end of the game. I think I got what I need.
Yeah. 敵が現れたぞ。
へい。
戦いは回避できたか。敵だ。不意打ちに気をつけろ。
やっ。てら。はっ。てら。
敵の気配は消えたようだ。敵が現れたぞ。
はっ。
That guy owned me so hard. My playtime is over like 600 hours, and they can still outsmart me. I don't know what that says about me.
Takeだ。一気に決めろ。戦いは回避できたか。いきなりか。敵の気配いつき。
や。
近いぞ。
せい。
戦いは回避できたか。いつき。近いぞ。敵の気配は消えたようだ。いつき、近いぞ。ただ、俺を構えろ、いつき。せい。
That was the last script.
ひとまずはこれは。
One more enemy to fight to get some performa.
みんな、チャンスだ。初めて見るやつだ。慎重に行こう。よし、これだ。
やったね。なんか初めて見るのがいるよ。
オッケー。
いけそうね。激飛べ。
お願いします。
終わりにしてあげるわ。
運命を。俺は負けん。
こんな敵いたかしら。
この日を逃すな。
これね。
翼。
私たちの勝ちだね。いいライブだったわ。
Now I will head on to the boss.
不意打ちに気をつけろ。ひとまずは安全か。いきなりか。
Yeah, spook me. Draw can be a really tricky fight. You remember Gang Roll, the Chapter 2 boss, how he used the ads to protect him? Drog is kind of the opposite. He will use his own body to protect the ads, which are the real annoying part of the fight. There's two sorcerers that do AoE magic, ton of damage. And there's a cleric that heals Drog. And then there's the Pegasus Knight that breaks your attack mirrors and makes you sad. So I'm going to use Pastel Power again to confuse the ads and shut them down. Drog's really bulky, and his only weakness is body. But with that effective damage skill, Armor Slayer, you can still get a session off. That is one dumb thing about this game. You can dodge even if you're protected by an attack mirror. I don't think other SMT games do this, which makes it even more baffling, but you can just get owned like that. So Drog's next turn just got deleted. The biggest thing is having the cleric not heal. Both of the sorcerers decided to be jerks and attack me anyway. Okay, he healed someone else, which is fine. Yeah, we're gonna Tarkaja. Just increase my damage. Because Drog's weak to body, I can also use Flux. Does about 400 damage. Even though it's a meme skill, I found some use for it. Oh, nice. This turn, he's going to attack again with possible attack mirror. Drog hits hard. Like, it's enough to one-shot Tsubasa, I think. Oh, well, that killed. I like the weird visual effect you get with the flux. We get a new party member, Mamori. She's your armor unit, and she also uses axes. When you're playing the game normally, she kind of requires a lot of investment to get going. Doing her side stories to get her special performance is kind of a must, but her first side story requires fighting a boss, which is really slow. She just requires way too much work to set up as a healer compared to Tsubasa. So I won't use her much. There are a couple key uses of Mamori, though. Benefit is she has a lot of HP and defense. Very bulky. Another problem with her is that both arrow attacks and axe attacks are kind of cursed. Your starting party has both sword and lance, so there's a ton of session skills that give them good synergy. But you have to go out of your way to get axe and bow session skills, which makes them less convenient to use. Typically what happens is you do your full session chain, and then Mamori shows up at the end, and then Eleonora sessions off her. Oh yeah, that is another critical flaw with her. I've had her break session chains like that a bunch. Surely that's just accurate to the Fire Emblem experience of axes having terrible hit. Finally start Tiki's second side story. She really wants us to get a honey caramel chocolate banana donut from the Hee-Ho Mart. Oh, I need to make a weapon. So remember that Maca converter I got from the rare Mirage in Chapter 1? I'm gonna make the weapon that I needed it for now. Iski is going to get the Matador. This is a really funny weapon that nulls body attacks, and the next mini boss that'll become important. I'm also going to learn Riborama. This basically does the same thing as an attractor spray, but I can just freely use it as a skill. I got a Master Seal from Drog. This lets me promote. In Fire Emblem, promoting lets you, take a level 20 unit, make them into a better class. In this game, it increases some of their stats. It also gives them access to exclusive class weapons. Because of the weapons, typically what you want to do is promote into the class you don't like first, and then switch to the class you do like after, so you get access to both the weapons. So Tsubasa is going to end the game in Falcon Knight, but right now I want the weapons from Wyvern Knight. She also learns a special performance the first time she class changes. So she learned Grand Finale, which is an AoE win skill. I think the key deciding factor with Falcon Knight is I want her to be as fast as possible, and Falcon Knight has a better speed bonus. Yeah, the key thing with Wyvern Knight is it will increase her physical damage, and the weapons will give you skills that will increase the lance damage. You kind of double run Tsubasa as both physical, but primarily magic. So it's nice to get those skills. time to start the 4th dungeon. Illusory Daiba Studios. So when I enter this door, there's going to be some monitors on the wall. I need to pay attention to which monitor has a picture of the boss fight. Whoop. Dodge and weave. In this case, it is second from top right. When I enter the hallways, that's going to correspond to one of the doors here. They're laid out in the same 8x8 grid. Is it 8? I don't remember. This one's kind of far away, but it doesn't make too big of a difference. Oh, is this the door? Yeah. I think. No. I haven't gotten that door in forever. I think the one at the far wall is the treasure room, which I forgot about. This one's just the far right. If you pick the wrong door, you get back to the beginning. So coming up is probably the worst boss fight in the game. I think everyone can agree on this. First thing, the game is going to force my party to Itsuki, Tsubasa, and Toma. Toma's level 17, and he sucks. I don't have SP. Using clap tracks so I can use special performances. So there's 3 biomonsters in this fight, and you have to kill them all on the same turn. If you don't, they will revive at full health. Toma ideally gets smacked in the face with a physical attack and dies. So Tsubasa is going to be the main damage dealer here. They're weak to magic. Here we go, good. That way I don't have to worry about him. They can use a skill Life Leech, which steals my HP and heals themselves with it. Which, because I need to kill them all on the same turn, I need to carefully control their health, and that's not good. So to avoid that, Itsuki and Tsubasa both have weapons that block body, so it completely shuts it down. Now doing 3 rounds of Mazan, and then I'm going to hit the other 2 with Zon. It's important that I get them just outside red. I don't want them in red HP, because then they will start using another attack, Zombie Bite. If this fight wasn't awful enough, it introduces a unique status ailment as well, Zombie. If I get hit with it, I lose control of that character, and then if they attack one of my other party members, they also get hit with Zombie. It's awful. So Itsuki, it's mostly just support healing right now. Okay, so they're all about as damaged as I can get them. So I'm going to Tarukaja next round and set up for the kill. Itsuki learned ad-lib during the intermission, and I don't want to activate that ad-lib yet, so I'm going to attack with a Mazia Stone, which will avoid that. And then Tsubasa is going to use Grand Finale, which she learned from her promotion, an AoE wind attack. I'm able to kill them all in one turn, and we're out of there first try.
俺の技今の五木なら使いこなせる
この力受け取って翼
Well, you get less stage rank if you're fighting enemies in a early game dungeon. I need to get some Performa, so I'm actually going to use Mamoru instead of Kyria. These Pegasus Knights have an electricity skill. That's one of Kyria's weaknesses, so she can die in one hit. But Bulk Master Mamoru over here.
敵が現れた
初めて見るやつだ慎重に行こう難しいかもそいこれだな
今だよなんか初めて見るのがいるよ失敗しな吹き飛べ思ってさせてくださいやった避けられました間一髪
I can use Axe, which they're weak to, but I can't start a session because I don't have any Axe session skills.
さて
バッチリ合わせるからね
そい
Oh, that's not fire.
Mirage アタック
準備 OK だよ
ここか
守りちゃん頼むから
みんな大丈夫か
俺の技今の五木なら使いこなせるこの力があなたを守ります
Where am I? I walked past the.
Mirage の気配
So the second half of this dungeon takes place with this giant grid of panels. There are different types of panels. There are empty ones you can walk through. There are lava panels, which act as walls. And then there are exclamation point panels. Those will trigger a fight. And there are these annoying challenge fights. If you don't complete the challenge, then you get warped to the start of the panel grid again, and then it resets all your panels. So I want to avoid exclamation panels.
戦いは回避できたか
It's always the same, so I can memorize the path through. And there are these switches on the ends I can use to shuffle around which tiles there are in each row. Right now I'm trying to get to the giant one door in the top left over there. Here's just another claptrap chest.
ひとまずは安全かいきなりか敵の気配気をつけろはっ戦いは回避できたか
Can't fight the mini boss yet. Need to craft a plot related radiant skill that's gonna kick me out of the dungeon. So with the vending machines, one of the things they do is they also increase certain characters' luck. This is bad, especially if I want to use attack mirrors in a fight, because the more luck you have, the more likely you are to dodge. And I don't want to dodge, I want the enemies to actually hit my attack mirrors. So I picked a specific vending machine drink that didn't raise the luck of any of the characters I'm using. Going to craft Tsubasa the Dragoon Lance. This is one of the weapons she got access to with her promotion. The nice thing is that it blocks sword damage, and the next two boss fights are going to have swords. This will also give her some nice skills that increase lance damage. Great Director Itsuki is an upgrade of it. It lets me switch my session to 2 different enemies. So Tiki wanted those donuts, so I'm buying them here. Although she reports that they're all sold out. So we're gonna go chase after the person who bought the last of them and beg them to give us one. But it turns out that the Vocaloid producer that we saved is the one who bought the donuts, so she gives us one. We're all good to go. Need to swap Kyria back in the party. Okay, so this boss has the Culprit Mirage, who deals sword damage, and then there's also the Hostage. I can't kill the Hostage, and the Hostage is really frustrating because it's going to cast Lullaby Song and try to put my party member to sleep. So I'm going to start the battle by triggering Itsuki's ad-lib he learned from the intermission. It has a small chance that it can seal the Hostage, which would be ideal. If that doesn't work, then I will try using Kyria to put enemy to sleep. I also have Sleeping Sands. Oh, baby, let's go. Oh. It was supposed to attack me here. Kyria can do it safely. My turn order is simply awful, though. Don't do it. Okay. Yeah, he hits hard.
翼無理してない？まだまだ大丈夫だよ。これな。
助かった。
次の仕事遅れそうだわ。よし。
いいね。すごいやつ
So
か
I'm
も。
gonna try for that ad lib. See if I can get the seal off again. I did not.
やったわ。翼落ち着いて。落ち着いてって失敗しないと。これな。
She recovered incredibly quickly. She gets 2 chances to recover per turn. But as long as I have my attack mirrors up, the boss will slowly chip themselves down. Okay, we're getting lucky with the sleep procs at least.
やった。
他の言い方はないの？
I'll just attack mirror with you.
やった。
よし。
いいね。
ミラージュアタックいけるぞ。
了解。難しいかも。俺に任せて。
やっぱり怖いかも。倒して失敗し貫くよ。
やった。
呪いの力黙りに溜まっているわよ。準備 OK だよ。これ
閉じるなよ。
大成功。ありがとう。これない
いね。クロムまだいけるか。
無論だ。
準備 OK だよ。
特訓の成果を。
Okay, well that if you attack a sleeping enemy, they'll wake up, but I got the seal anyway, and the boss is dead.
みんなのおかげだ。
Was exciting, but I got through it cleanly. Except for the turn 1 death.
受け取って翼。私の秘術キリアだけに。
I need more Performa, and I have to fight those Pegasus Knights again, so time for Mommery. Oh, this is a really good door. That's the closest one.
敵だ。不意打ちに気をつけろ。
So there's a cutscene trigger here, so I'm gonna like let the guy come to me a little bit. So if I trigger the cutscene, the enemy will
初めて
disappear.
見るやつだ。慎重に行こう。
ドカンとやっちゃいます。
おい。
今だよ。やったー。初めて見る子です。注意しましょう。真っ二つです。痛そうでした。
クロム、俺に力を貸してくれ。
こっちです。
針の刃よ。やった。
続いてください。倒れてください。なんか初めて見るのがいるよ。いけます。飛んでっちゃえ。マジで。
決まった。
最後です。頑張ります。痛いですよ。決まりました。勝利です。
I didn't get either of the Performa I wanted.
俺の技。
One of the nice things the Matador does is Itsuki can learn dash step from it.
受け取って翼。
This makes him really dodgy. I don't have to worry about him dying as much.
C だ。私に力を貸して。任せて。
その技は効果的なようだ。
全部なぎ倒すよ。おもりがいきます。
やった。
翼、落ち着いて。
この日を逃すな。
全部なぎ倒すよ。思ったよ。次行きます。
決まった。 いな。
いけます。
クロムみたいに。
一気に行きましょう。
これで決まりです。俺たちは負けない。
Do I have another Bloodwing Force? I don't think I do. Why is it not dropping?
気をつけろ。やっ。クロム、俺に力を貸してくれ。お、クロム直伝。ここか。
守りちゃん、決まりました。
That's one of the other fun things about Momori. One of her skills lets her try to take attacks for other party members. Depending on who you ask, that's really cool or the worst thing ever. She'll very frequently just die for no reason. She just wants to be a hero.
私に力を貸して全部なぎ倒すよ。苦手なんだよ。一歩一歩着実に。
There we go.
この力があなたを守ります。
Oh. So this is the more involved version of the puzzle. We have to change every row in order to get to the second door.
ひとまずは安全か。俺を構えろ、いつき。
せい。畳みかけよう。
なんか初めて見るのがいるよ。
Oh, this is not the encounter I want.
初めて見るやつだ。慎重に行こう。これだろ。
いつき、
せい。
近いぞ。
成功。行こう。
私の歌が聞きたいの？
Wow, double unlucky.
いつき、近いぞ。
まだ気づいてないみたいだよ。さあ、私に力を貸して。
Can I? There's another encounter. I swear.
気をつけろ。
There they are. I knew they existed.
初めて見るやつだ。慎重に行こう。いけるわ。特訓の成果を。この調子で行こう。
この力受け取って翼。
Tsubasa just got an EX session skill. Normal session skills are equivalent to like light damage, but the EX ones are medium damage.
いいわよ。全部なぎ倒すよ。苦手なんだよね。やったわ。
ミラージュアタック。
その技で行きましょう。
俺に任せて。
この隙に。
俺たちは負けない。
Cool.
いつき、近いぞ。ひとまずは安全か。 敵だ。不意打ちに気をつけろ。敵の気配は消えたようだ。 戦いは回避できたか。敵だ。敵に決めろ。敵の気配は消えたようだ。いつき近いぞ。敵の気配は消えたようだ。
Painstakingly created the little channel so we can get over to door number 2. Gonna activate the teleporter and then take a short trip to the Bloom Palace. Same thing as earlier, picking specific vending machine drink. I think this one gives Toma luck, which I won't use Toma. I finally get to deliver Tiki her donuts. Itsuki is your kind of run-of-the-mill self-insert male protagonist. But one of his fun talents is that he gives completely unhinged food critiques. So Tiki can't actually taste the donuts. She's not real. So she asked Itsuki to give her a description. And Itsuki just goes all out and he uses the phrase, a space opera of pastry, after comparing it to the solar system. So I'm gonna promote Itsuki to Conqueror. This is his physical damage focus class. Itsuki likes physical damage. I don't need the other weapons, so he's gonna stay in this class the entire game. But the key thing is this unlocks a special performance for Itsuki, Raging Blast. It's an electricity skill. And Empty Wave lowered like physical weapon resistances. This one also lowers magic resistances, which will come in handy for the next fight. This next boss fight's really involved. It's a really cool boss fight, so I need to explain some of the stuff. The main boss is Exilus. He looks like this crazy thing from Tron. And then there will be a second enemy, Yashiro. Exilus is really bulky. It's not worth attacking him directly. But one of the things he does is he'll cast Retake, where he uses his own health to heal Yashiro if he's damaged. So you can sort of proxy damage Exilus by attacking Yashiro. Need to hit the bottom option here. Yashiro's cracked. He has counter, where if you try to use a physical attack while he's in counter state, he dodges the attack and does a heavy sword attack back at you. And that will one-shot Kiryu. The key thing to note is it does not work against magic attacks, but he's also not weak to magic. That's where Raging Blast comes in. I'm going to use Raging Blast, which will lower his resistances for one turn, and that way I can get some damaging sessions in. On round 1, he will not attack. Round 2, he will do 1 attack, and round 3, he will do 2 attacks. So I can also use attack mirrors to get some damage. Unfortunately, I got really bad turn order. The way this works is it runs out after Yashiro's second action, and he outsped us next round and went after Itsuki, so it's going to run out really fast. I'll have time to do 1 Tsubasa attack with it. Kiria goes super slow, so her job is to throw attack mirrors. Even if Yashiro outspeeds us next round, with Kiria uses the attack mirror now, it'll work. Raging Blast costs 2 SP, which is costly, so I have to use a Claptrap in the middle of the battle to replenish it. So he's not weak to wind anymore. I'm gonna have Tsubasa Tarukaja instead. Exilus will also shift forms depending on how much HP he has. His resistances also change. I need to keep track of his health because once he's under 40% HP, he will go to his final phase. And I want to anticipate that so I can use a magic mirror. Round 3, he will use 2 physical attacks, so another attack mirror. He's really low, I don't want to attack him again, so I'm going to heal with Tsubasa. I think I should just stamina drink because she's so low. She can get Session, but she also blocks. Oh, is that gonna kill? No, okay. Ooh, he had like 5 HP. Okay. Around 4 he will not attack, so I'm just gonna attack Exilus directly. He's going to shift to his final phase. And we'll start doing heavy magic AoE attacks. So you use the magic mirror. I don't want to kill Yashiro because it'll just cause him to immediately leave the fight, and he would have switched to his final phase 1 turn early while I was not prepared. But now I knew it was coming, so I put the magic mirror and it'll reflect this attack. Get him really low. I think you should attack mirror, and then you have Zanma. In his final phase, Exilus will no longer retake, so I don't really care about how much damage I'm doing to Yashiro. I think I can kill before the magic mirror. Alright, that's a really goofy fight where things can go wrong. So, got it first try. This is about the halfway point in the run, so making good progress. In this section of the story, Tsubasa's acting a role as Sneeze Detective Maho. When she sneezes, she changes personalities to this badass cop. I also want to do 2 of Barry's side stories. He stands right next to the lesson studio, so before I end the intermission, it's convenient to start this. Barry wants us to buy him some limited edition merch. He's distracted from teaching. I need to buy that stuff first. Unfortunately, they're out of stock, so we get sent on this wild goose chase to hunt down the last person who bought it. The second side story becomes available after finishing chapter 4, so I can start it right away. For this one, he wants us to go into the chapter 3 dungeon and do 10 sessions where both Tsubasa and Eleonora participate. So I'll revisit that in a bit. Oop. And then I'll just end the intermission. At the start of chapter 5, they're running this festival to generate performa. There are various spots where all your party members are around and you can talk with them. I'm going to take a short detour to talk to Tsubasa because It's a dialogue choice that gives me friendship points. It only takes about 15 seconds, and this is the one spot where I have to go out of my way to get enough. The skill that I learn for going to all this trouble is worth it. That's not... So up to this point, Tiki didn't have any memories, but she touched the Dragonstone we collected at the end of last chapter, and she's slowly regaining them. Shoutouts to my friend Atomic Boo. He wrote this great Reddit post about the secret lore of this game, and how it's actually a shoot off of the bad end of Fire Emblem 12, where you defeat Hardin, but you didn't collect all the star marbles, so you weren't able to stop Garnet from reviving Medeus. First thing, I'm going to promote Yashiro to Swordmaster. This is also his physical focus class. We don't need to craft a ton of weapons for him, so he's just going to stay in this class as well. Also, he gets a cool spring arm. Itsuki will get the Balmong. This is one of the weapons he got from his promotion. It's going to give him important skills like Heat Wave, which is an AoE sword skill, Charge, which multiplies your physical damage by 2.5. Attack mirrors are going to fall off hard in this chapter. Sakuria is going to learn a skill, Elusive Distance, increases her chance to dodge physical attacks. Yashiro is learning Riberon. It's going to increase the chance of getting rare Mirages to spawn. I need another Maka converter. Oops. And then Itsuki gets access to Ray of Light. The whole gimmick of Chapter 5 is now we can break down walls we couldn't previously break down, and they'll give us access to some hidden areas in each of the dungeons we have to explore. Also, now there's an evil Yashiro. Taking a trip to Illusory Daito Television. There isn't anything I can do to progress here, but there's some things I can clean up. First thing is finishing Barry's second side story. I need to do 10 sessions. Oop. No, I got unlucky. Normally you get 2 sessions per fight, but the ad-lib killed them all in 1 hit, so now I'm on an odd number. So in order to get back on even, I'm just gonna Mazio again. Help! Earned ad-lib's a great mechanic.
Mirage attack! いけるぞ！了解！いかずちよ！続いてください！とどめよ！この調子でいこう！いきなりか！あまり怖くないかも。手加減なんかしないからバッチリ合わせるからね。これだな！そんなもんでしょ。私も負けてらんない。バッチリ合わせるからね。絶好の機会だよ。突然最後だ。イエーイ！ありがとう。
One of the fun things you can do on Wii U is in the like brief second while you're starting a new fight, you have these text messages going, and you can actually advance them before you get into the fight again, so it takes less time. You have to sit through them here. But you don't have the gamepad on Switch, so... It was pretty cool. I constantly use it to like check battle stats and see like which enemies get hit with status ailments. You like check how much HP an enemy has. You can do it in this one, but you have to press plus and it's like slow. Oh, they dropped a clap track. Nice. Alright, so we completed all 10 sessions. Right now I need to go get that second Mako converter. So the spawner that gives you more gold spawns is over in this corner. And I can make it have better chances by using Riberon, which I learned. He might run away. Oh, got it. Cool. So someone's gonna run away in 2 turns. I'm gonna use Fog Breath to lower its avoid. And then Itsuki's gonna YOLO throw a dart. Where is it? Cool. So that'll be used to craft another good weapon for Yashiro. Ooh, scary. Alright, so Ray of Light will let me break down these walls. I'm going over here because there's a peculiar enemy encounter. I want to get a Swordmaster Force. Normally Swordmasters don't spawn in this dungeon, but this one does. Furthermore, if I advance the story, the enemies in the encounter will actually change. But by killing it now, I can get access to it and craft a weapon before I visit Daiba Studios. So we're done with Ellie. I don't like Ellie. And now Yashiro shows up. He's the bee's knees. He comes with a really good kit. He's already got charge, heat wave, and counter. He's really high level. These guys will murder Tsubasa, so I'm going to throw an attack mirror. And my new bread and butter damage skill is Heat Wave. AoE sword damage. A lot of things are weak to sword. The more enemies you attack with an AoE skill, the more damage you do. At this point, I'm really underleveled. So these enemies are going to prove pretty challenging. But I will struggle bust through. I also need to collect 3 5-star prestige, so I might have to fight this a couple times. Oh, I didn't get Dust Master Force. I think River Armor ran out. I don't know how I didn't get damaged at all during that fight. What? Another reason I'm using attack mirrors, there's going to be a chest later on that has 2 attack mirrors. This game is very silly. If I have 4 or more attack mirrors, the game will be like, oh, you know, this is too many, let's put them back, like it's Twilight Princess or something. Wow, we got 5 of them. Amazing. reason we got the Swordmaster Force is so I can craft the Kaishu Yari for Tsubasa. This has the skill Sexy Dance, which you can use to charm enemies, and will be very useful for the upcoming boss fights. Tsubasa is also at stage rank 9, so she gets access to Open Audition. This skill lets her, even if she's not in the main party of 3, she can still participate in sessions. Now, Kiri has been at stage rank 9 for a really long time, but I purposely didn't learn that skill on her. Basically, I want to control my sessions, and the game optimizes them for length. If I gave it to Kyria, she would always show up at the end of the session, and that would mean that the middle of the session needs to turn to magic because she can only session from magic attacks. Because sometimes I will want to have physical-based sessions, it's better to just not let her participate and have control over it. So finishing off Barry's second side story. This will increase the amount of weapon EXP that I earn throughout the rest of the run. There's still a ton of weapon skills to learn, and it makes a big difference. You also learn a duo art. This is our first one. When you do a session attack, there is a small chance that a duo art will proc, and it basically lets you start a session again. This one's special because it's Almighty. You can't session off Almighty, so what this means is that it's just going to do a big giant Almighty AoE attack at the end of my session, and it will also heal me. It's good for damaging bosses. It can save time. Now, the first objective I need to complete in Chapter 5 is defeat a boss in the hidden area in Illusory 106. We're going to the basement this time. I want to start a fight first because I need to learn Sexy Dance before. The first skill you learn from a weapon basically only takes like 1 point of experience. So I could just have Tsubasa auto battle once and that'd be enough. Also gives me another opportunity for 5-star prestige. So these hidden areas in each dungeon sort of remix the puzzle that the first part had. So we still have the dresses that I can switch their positions to use as staircases. Middle. At the end of this section, I need to have the dresses in a specific pose in order to advance to the mini-boss.
気配は消えたようだ。俺が力になる。行くぞ。戦いは俺が力になる。行くぞ。ひとまずは安全か。敵だ。一気に決めろ。戦いは回避。
Now both of the dresses are in the right pose. They match the statues at the end here.
気をつけろ。敵の気配は消えたようだ。
So normally bosses block status ailments. I guess because this one's a regular enemy, they didn't do that, so I can abuse Sexy Dance and charm every enemy in the fight. Just completely shut everything down. So the ritual duel druid is the scary one. They cast large magic damage twice per turn. This isn't a guarantee, so I'm hoping I get lucky. Cool. All 5 of them perfect. Now I can just go crazy with Heat Wave, damage all of them. Oh, unfortunately he woke up. If I don't charm him again, I'm gonna have to magic mirror, but I got him. I theoretically could use charge attacks here, but this gives me a good opportunity to do sessions, which gives me more chances of getting 5-star prestige. Okay. Ritual duel druid is dead. That's the scary part. I'm just gonna heal Tsubasa. I got 3 of them, good. Okay, I have enough 5-star prestige, so I can skip some extra fights. Remember way back at the start of chapter 2, I crafted the Deathbringer? I said I wanted to craft it twice in order to get its 5th skill. Well, now we're going to get the Performa in order to craft it a 2nd time. You can really see the level scaling algorithm at work here. I'm so high level that I can just do thousands of damage with auto battle attacks. There is also a hidden area with the treasure chest I want to go grab. Cool. Sometimes you get really trolled with that. Since I'm grabbing them the second time, they aren't guaranteed to drop. In here is a locked treasure chest that contains more detritus. I can exchange detritus for stat boosters, which I will do soon. There's also a speed incense chest. Now this still is a chapter 2 weapon, and Itsuki will temporarily do like a lot less damage, but it's worth it. Here's the Murasame. This is the other weapon that needed the Maka converter. It's kind of a goofy weapon. It changes his resistances around, and it also has a small chance of poisoning enemies. Alright, got these skills. Some of the characters have unique accessories only they can wear. I'm gonna get Yashiro the Martial Glove, which is a unique one for this chapter. He gives both strength and speed, which is very good. And then I'm also going to buy Momori, the Ida-10 anklet. This is like the cooler version of the wind anklet. It increases skill and speed. We're up to +9. But I will use Momori for the next boss fight. Get excited. So this is Harajuku. I actually haven't had access to this until chapter 5. Normally you get access to it through a side story. It contains some fun extra shops like the crepe shop. There's Anzu where you can buy costumes. But all the way at the far edge of it is a portal that will take me to Illusori Urahara Arena. I'm not going to fight in the arena, but there is a side quest associated with it where you can trade stuff with certain mirages, and I want to start that. So first I have to talk to this guy from the front, and then I have to go behind the desk and talk to him. It's convoluted to start it. So the first guy I'm going to recruit's just outside the door. Around this corner here. And now we're going to the second objective for chapter 5 in Illusori Studio. First I'm going to grab some Performa I need. I could have done this in chapter 4, but this encounter was kind of hard back then, and now I have Yashiro, which makes it free.
闘開始だ。行こう。みんな難しい。見切った。よし、あとは任せた。こ
れで
そんなに死にたいのか。
やってみるしかな
俺
いよね。
の剣技見せてやる。よし、
どんどん行こう。
こいつで最後だ。次もその声援に応えてやろう。俺の技、今の五木なら使いこなせる。我が力受け取れ。気をつけろ。やった。
シーダ、私に力を貸して。やっ
みんな落ち着いてクロムみたいに。よし、上げ。これでいつでもいける。かわせると思うな。狙い通り。こいつで最後だ。当然の。俺の技、今の五木なら使いこなせる。
I'm also learning all these skills I don't need the second time. So the second guy I want to recruit is in this room. I just got to go to the other edge here. So when I open this door, there's going to be a matrix of monitors again. Oh, I skipped the animation. So there's these numbers, and he's going to give me this little piece of paper that gives me an order of doors to go through. I literally just take a screenshot of it with snipping tool. So door 0 is over here. There's also 2 treasure chests I want to pick up. I got unlucky. Door 4 is in the bottom left, and you don't need to go through door 4. So I'll have to go out of my way for that one. And this lock chest is a master seal. It's kind of tricky when you get to the top row, like you start facing downward, so you have to go left to go right. We didn't spawn. Come back, friend. So here, I need to get a second copy of the Swordmaster Force. Can be kind of annoying now that I won't have the guaranteed drop of it. I might have to fight this like 3 or 4 times if I got unlucky. But if you don't have, or if you already have a Performa in your inventory and you try to get it again, it seems like there's a decreased drop rate for it. So it's best to get the Performa you want, craft the weapon so your inventory is empty, and then get the second copy of it. I think I need one more, but I'm not sure. It's not analysis. Oh, what was the other one for the Swordmaster? Which I think I got one already. The language doesn't change anything gameplay-wise. It's just runner preference. For me, it's a little confusing if the voices are in Japanese and the text is in English. Whoa. I couldn't win. So swapping Tsubasa out for Mamori, there's 2 Wyvern Riders, and there are also 2 Warriors on the concession. Tsubasa, and she will die very quickly. Gonna start off with a Magic Mirror to block the Druid's attacks. And then Itsuki and Mamori's jobs are just throw mirrors so that my team doesn't get obliterated. Mamori's bulky enough, even at level 36, she can survive maybe 2 attacks. Of course, I don't want her to just get bullied the whole fight. She shows magic. And then for damage, I'm going to have Yashiro use his special performance, Mortal Curse. It does wind damage, so I can session off of the Wyverns, but also it puts him in the counter state. So if any enemies attack him, I get a free heavy sword attack in. Wow, we attacked the same person twice. That's illegal. As you can see, it's a really good option. Counter is nuts. We have 3 SP, so I can use this 3 times. Hopefully by then the Wyverns will be dead. Been pretty good luck. Ooh, 30 HP. Oh, yeah, guess we'll attack mirror. As my friend Darkeye always loves to say, HP is a resource. If you're not using all your HP, then what good is it?
俺はお前を信じているぞ。悪くない。
頑張ります。
さっきは助かったぞ。
Now we can just transition to Heat Wave, clean up the fight. Gonna go for the axe hit.
真っ二つです。こっちで
かわせると思うな。やったー。なじるなよ。
私たちの勝ちだね。
声援が、熱狂が俺の力に。俺の技、今の樹なら使いこなせる。
I maxed out the weapon, learned Wind Slash. A big focus of my endgame build is going to be wind damage. Both Tsubasa and Kiryu will focus on it. So this will allow Itsuki to do a physical session, which he will do a lot more damage compared to Electric, where he barely does any damage. I don't need the vending machine. So now I'm going to promote Tsubasa to the other class, Falcon Knight. This gives her access to 2 other weapons that mostly focus on magic damage and healing. Also makes her fast. Oops, I want Carnage. So I'm about to go trade with some Mirages I recruited. And I'm crafting these weapons in advance because you can actually trade those away, and I don't want to waste time having to get them over again. Also, Kiryu's just going to stand in the middle of the hallway the entire game. Also, the Mirages sometimes ask for money, so I'm gonna buy stuff too, just to make sure I can afford it. I think it's a fast load if you just have to do this. Yeah. So the first guy we recruited is who we trade the detritus to. You get these stat boosters in exchange, and I'm going to get 5 strength incenses. They're all going to go on Itsuki. Itsuki will be very strong. So the speed incense is going in Tsubasa, and the rest of them are going on Itsuki. This guy has different moods. I want him to be in a good mood. which unfortunately requires me to reload the room every time. If he's in a good mood, he'll trade me more Performa, and it'll make this part faster. Alright, perfect. So I'm just gonna say yes to whatever he wants. He sometimes asks questions. I legitimately don't think it matters, or if it does, it changes every time. So you can't, like, know the right answer. So I have 2 4-star prestige, and I need to exit here with 20. Wow, he gave me a ton. That was like 5, 10. Okay, so I got 8 in that batch. You can see how this is way faster than getting 4-star prestige from fighting enemies. Yeah, it's sort of a secret side content. Cool. Report. That was very fast. I never get this good luck in my speed runs. I always have to reload the room a million times. So with that much 4-star prestige, I can get all of Yashiro's radiant skills. One of these makes it so every time he uses counter, it guarantees a critical hit. HP fitness, just 10% HP increase. Endless Act is like the physical version of Endless Song. So he can survive one physical attack that kill him. And then this one increases the damage that you do with counter. The final part of Chapter 5 will take place in Daito Television. By completing those 2 side sections, there was a performer barrier, and now we can get rid of it. There's a lot of really good treasure chests in this side room. One of them contains an accessory, the immobility talisman, that adds a lot of defense and res. There's also a gold bar you can sell for a lot of money. There's not supposed to be enemies that spawn here. What the heck?
手伝って
The sneakiest. So I moved Immobility Talisman to Tsubasa, and then Kirya's getting the E to 10 anklet. I haven't been able to use her all of Chapter 5. Even Itsuki and Tsubasa have been struggling to survive, and Kirya would have a hard time. But I'm about to do the second big grind of the run, and she can gain about 4 levels during this, which helps out.
戦いは回避できたか 左か敵が現れたぞ
Guy's gonna get me.
Say, yeah.
So like Chapter 3, I have to go around. There's Mirages that want certain things done. I have to complete all of their errands before I can proceed to the boss. So way back in Chapter 1, I was talking about learning weapon skills. And back then, my best option was using like Tarakaja. Right now, we have better options, and that's AoE attack skills. So there's 2 factors here. One, you want to fight enemies that are high level. The higher level, the better. The second is you want an encounter that has 5 enemies. That's the most this game will have, and the more enemies, the more weapon experience you get. So this fulfills both criteria. There's also a lot of enemies that are weak to sword. So Itsuki and Yashiro will both use, oh my goodness gracious, Heat Wave. Tsubasa will be able to use Sexy Dance, which will kind of make sure this doesn't happen. I also need to collect Performa from all the enemies in this encounter, so it's really convenient. Oh, oops, I need River. One of the nice things about Mamoru too is she has Mediarama, so she can be our heal bot for the rest of the game. So, I want to kill the Carietta. You can do Concentrate into Megiddo, which will murder me. Right now my goal is to get all the Performa I need from these enemies and also max out Itsuki's weapon. It has sword expertise and I want to grab that. So here's our first activation of Dreamcatcher. Just almighty damage that hits everyone and it also heals you. Oh, it also charms enemies. Still need a Carietta first. Sometimes you just get owned and a purple enemy spawns. So the best thing you can do is just reload the room. I also need 14 5-star prestige in order to craft the weapons and stuff.
よくやったセッションいけるよし続いてください俺たちの勝ちだまだまだ通過点俺の技今の五木なら使いこなせる
Now I can give him back the good sword. It actually does damage. We are short on 5-star prestige though, so I will continue to fight this. This grind definitely feels like the most RNG influenced part. You can just lose minutes if the game doesn't want to give you what you want. The reason I need to do a big grind here is the next boss is insane. It is the wall. If you're unprepared, it will filter you. But also, by preparing for it now, I'll also be set to complete the rest of the game. He also kind of just put all the good weapons in Chapter 5.
俺たちがやるんだセッションで攻めるぞクロムみたいにやった次ださっきは助かったぞ
その技でいきましょう
見抜けないと思ったか
決めちゃってよ
し
あと1体
承知
吹き飛べこれ苦手なんですね
レッツ
頑張った成果が出ると嬉しいよね
I think I'm one off.
この力受け取って翼
So we're finally starting to get some good healing skills on Tsubasa. She's got Mediarama. And she's also going to get healing expertise, which increases how much you heal. So that combined with Mediarama is going to be sort of our stopgap healing skill. It's the best you can get in Chapter 5. I need a lot of healing power to make sure I don't die to the boss.
Okay. ガラ空きだ見抜けないと思ったかこれでとどめ
One of the things about Encore is they increased the session speed, which is nice, but they also didn't give you any extra time to input duo or commands. So if I'm not paying attention, it's really easy to miss them. They also changed it. In Wii U it was ZLZR, but in this one it's LR, I think.
Mirage attack! いけるぞ！ファンタスティック！驚け！これだな！次だ！お疲れみんな！
Cool. Oh, the long menu load. You hate to see it. Or wait, I don't report yet. Their positioning, impeccable. Chapter 5 is definitely the backtrack slog chapter. It's hard to keep your sanity through it. Just gonna cut through here to avoid that savage encounter. So first you have to talk to the poltergeist, and then you're allowed to take the lights from this guy, which then you have to go back to the poltergeist and give him the lights. Never saw me coming. Alright, now that I have enough Master Seals, I can promote Kyria. I'm gonna pick Sorcerer, which just increases her damage. She's only gonna get one more weapon the entire game, so I don't need to learn a second promotion. Also, now we get Bug Tharja.
クロム、俺に力を貸してくれ。クロム、俺に力を貸してくれ。蹴散らすわよ。
So get open audition for Yashiro. During this grind, I'm going to have Itsuki, Tsubasa, and Kyria in my party at first, so this way he'll still be able to get some weapon experience jumping in with sessions. Before we can go do the big grind, I still have the last errand to complete. For this one, I just have to fight a battle, basically. Whoa, guy.
みんな落ち着いていこう。俺に任せて。初めて見るやつだ。慎重に行こう。
That's not skills.
難しいか。見切った。 やれ。召喚注意しろ。かけ。聞くかどうかわからん。これならどうだ。やったー。
なんか初めて見るのがいるよ。
承知。
私のやりさばき。
次だ。
思った。
さて、
その技でいきましょう。
光の刃よ。決まった。あとは任せた。
失敗し貫くよ。
ナバール、俺に力を貸せ。切り刻んでやる。よし、
続いてください。
こいつで最後だ。声援が、熱狂が俺の力に。
Okay, I'm gonna swap Kirya back in the party.
俺の技。今の五木なら
Also, I'm replacing Rakukaja with Rakunda. Oops. This will debuff enemies, so basically they'll have less defense and I can do more damage against them. Tsubasa's getting Zondyne. This will be her primary magic damage skill throughout the entire game. This Diamond Splitter, you get... It's the upgraded version of Armor Slayer, so it does effective damage. For Kirya, I'm gonna start off with Lullaby Song to get weapon experience. She's kind of challenging to grind because she's so slow. I need to make sure I don't kill any enemies, so she'll still get to cast it on all 5. Oh, I got lucky though.
マスコットはいないの？キリアだそうよ。終わりよ。
落ち着いていこ
う。よし、つなぎなさい。準備よ。それよ。
切る。やった。
一気に行きましょう。
決まったな。
翼、いつでも行けるわよ。ありがとう、シーダ。
やった。
落ち着いて、集中して。
助かった。
さてと、耐えられるかしら。素敵よ、翼。よし、ありがとう。落ち着いて、集中して。ありがとう。
ミラージュアタック。
それよ。
いけるぞ。よ、この間合いなら。この日を逃すな。
お願い。
決まったな。
呪いの力だ。はっ。
助かった。翼、いつでも行けるわよ。ありがとう、シーダ。
Yeah, I'll just try and join them. The Pegasus unfortunately resists mine, so it's unlikely they'll get charmed.
つなぎなさい。
この間合いなら。やった。
この隙にお願い。
決まったな。
立ちなさい。
Yeah,
この日を逃すな。
ほとばしれ。これね。
行ってくれ。
続いてください。
決まったな。どうする。
いいわよ。
落ちろ。やった。
一気に行きましょう。いけるわね。
共演も終わり。
So that gave me another 5-star prestige and it healed me.
俺の技。今の五木なら使いこなせる。
Spada is a medium strength, like, horse slaying skill. Now I have Maka Jamalon. This will cast Seal on enemies, and it's really good because if enemies are sealed, they take increased damage. I didn't master the Kaishi Ari either. I need to cast. Oh, I do. So now that we're just in the grind and I have a lot of free time, I need to explain this upcoming boss fight because it's very complicated. So boss fight's going to be Dark Yashiro. He has a very similar kit to Yashiro. He can counter. He also has elemental strikes, so he's really good at starting sessions. He has multiple phases, one where he's just like himself, and then he'll also split up into multiple clones. These clones could also counter, and they can use elemental attacks and start sessions. So that's really scary because Tsubasa can die. So the way it works when he splits up is he copies his health to each of the clones, and then when he combines again, he averages all of their HP, which is unfortunate. It means if I attack any of the clones, it's like I'm doing half damage. So I want to focus all of my attack power on Yashiro when he's combined into a singular unit. One of the tools I have that can help with this is Charge. What Charge is you use one turn and then your next physical attack will have a 2.5 damage multiplier on it. So this, you know, normally slightly increases your damage, 2.5 versus doing 2 attacks, that'd be 2x. But if I charge during one of the rounds where Yashiro is split up, I can basically do 2 attacks in one turn on the combined phase. I should also explain Yashiro's build a little bit. From the Murasame, he learns 2 really good skills. One is called Taunt. It increases enemies' chances of targeting him. And Counter already does this, and that affects stacks. So it's really likely if he uses Counter to attack Yashiro, which is good because it just means free damage. The other skill he learned is Pierce. Dark Yashiro normally resists swords, but Pierce allows Yashiro to ignore resistances. So it'll be treated as if Dark Yashiro is neutral to swords, which means more damage for us. Along with his Radiant skills, he's going to get a guaranteed critical hit, and he gets even more damage from a counterattack. So all this combines, if Dark Yashiro attacks into my Yashiro's counter, it's going to do about 1,100 damage. It's very, very good. And is the most efficient way to damage Dark Yashiro in that fight. One of the sad things about this game is when you use Charge, normally it only affects physical skills. That applies to session attacks as well. So if you're not, you know, doing a speedrun route where you're meticulously planning out your sessions, then you're sort of losing damage because not all of your session attacks will be doubled. But I'm doing various things, like I learned Wind Slash, which will replace Wind Elec. Kiria doesn't have Open Audition, so she's not going to make the session magic in order to force my session attacks to be all physical to get the most damage out of my attacks. Itsuki's also learning Pierce as well.
この力受け取って翼
And then Tsubasa is learning like, Wind Mastery. So that will give her like a 1.25x bonus to Zon skills, which will make her even more busted. You gotta keep on top of all your weapons. If you're doing a fight and your weapon's already mastered, you're wasting time. So.
呪いの力たまりにたまって任せたわよサーリャ
クロム俺に力を貸してくれおう
バッチリ合わせるからね
この間合いならやった
一気に行きましょう
決まった
援護は任せてください決めてみせるよ
Dang, they actually got a session off.
呪いの力任せたわよサーリャ
きついなあ
準備 OK バッチリ合わせるからね
この間合いならここか
お願い
決まったな
素敵よ翼
ありがとう
ありがとう
シーラ落ち着いて集中して
ありがとう
まだよ
セッション
熱いわよ
いける
これね
よろしくレッツ助かった
こんなものね
俺の技今の五木なら使いこなせる
この力受け取って翼
So this is gonna increase Tsubasa's max EP by a lot.
キリアだけに
In endgame, her healing skills are really expensive, so it's good to get as much as I can on her. So Kiria mastered her weapon. I want to put Yashiro in now. He still needs to get Strength Amplify.
Yeah.
いつでも行けると判断は任せる
セッションいける一戦
この程度
とどめ
特訓の成果見せてあげるはあ
ミラージュアタックいけるぞ
了解
準備 OK だよ
見切ったこれだなやれ
どうした
いつでもいいぞ試練一戦やったこの一撃で
翼いつでも行けるわよ
ありがとうシーレイ
This guy's annoying. If you physical attack him, he has a counter attack, which takes time. But Tsubasa can't start a session against him.
あとは任せた助かったお疲れみんな
俺の技今の五木なら使いこなせる
So now I have Wormicide. This is a medium strength dragon effective skill. One very important boss fight is a dragon, so that'll allow me to do a lot of damage against him. Almost done.
近いぞ
I think one more battle and Yashiro will hit the skill he needs.
今の俺はミラージュマスターなんだ。承知。その技で決めろ。遅い。この日を逃すな。あとは任せた。ナバール、俺に力を貸す。遅い。こんなものか。
続いてください。
これでとどめ。
私の番だよね。任せて。
Strength Amplify just gives him like 5 extra strength. We want him to do as much damage as possible for the upcoming fight. Here I'm gonna craft a lance for Tsubasa. It has skills I want, but the important thing is that it nulls sword. Yashiro is a sword unit, so it'll help her survive attacks. Oh, I need another Carrietta Force. You saw how many times I fought that encounter, and it just did not want to give me a second one. This game can be mean. Completed all the errands, and this guy will let me through. I'm gonna take a small detour and fight an enemy down here. Hopefully get the performer I need. Cool.
この力受け取って翼。
いつき近いぞ。
No. I'm going to go into the artist menu. You can rearrange skills here. I'm going to put Wind Elec at the bottom of the list. Oh, I want to arrange that stuff too. If the game can create 2 sessions that are both the same length, it will prioritize a session where the session skill is higher in the list. So by putting Wind Elec at the bottom, I'm telling it to prioritize Wind Slash. Because, you know, I went to all the trouble to learn that skill. I want the game to use it. Terracotta Sword to boost Yashiro's damage. I'm going to use that special performance, Moral Curse, 3 damage, and it puts me in counter state. I want Dark Yashiro to counter, or run into my counter as many times. Here we go, 1,144. You see how good it is? Ooh, we got 2 attacks, spicy.
負けられないよ。
セッション
貫くよ。
次
Now he's splitting up. I don't want to attack during this phase. Both Yashiro and Itsuki will charge. And Tsubasa's mostly on healing duty. These guys do a lot of damage.
まだまだ俺に任せて。うせろうせろ本物の力を見せてやろう。
Fortunately, I got bad turn order, so I probably won't get another counter during the double. So yeah, they can session Tsubasa. Later, he will split into 4, and that's where it gets really scary.
うせろ手は抜かんぞ。試練一戦。
Refreshing my Tarakaja for the next turn.
ありがとう。俺に任せて。助かった。
集中して。
助かった。
Okay, we got another attack in. And then I'm gonna use Empty Wave.
その技でいきましょう。
This will just lower his resistances and make me do more damage.
翼。
I'm going for the YOLO Piercing Void. He didn't dodge! Let's go! And another Mortal Curse. I didn't get a dual art, but you see he's really low now. So I can probably finish it off during the next split up. Ooh, we got a counter too.
本物の力を見せてやろう。遅すぎる。僕こそが真の剣やしろ。
His best choice is to counter. And then Tsubasa can use Zon. One of them's weak to wind. Also, counter won't block Zon. Or it's Zon 9 now.
吹き飛べ。
まだ終わらない。
There's Wind Slash.
うせろ。
Boop.
本物の力を見せて。
We started killing them so they won't get the 4 session, which is good. Could probably kill him off with Heat Wave.
遅い。よし、倒したぞ。俺に任せて。遅い。
Alright, 6 rounds. Pretty good. The counter build for Yashiro is just unbelievably busted. Before we knew the lore, that fight was such a struggle bus, you have no idea.
今の五木なら使いこなせる。
Would regularly take like 20 rounds.
受け取って。翼。
Bad memories. Alright, so if you thought that was the final boss of the chapter, think again. We have one more boss to fight. I'm going to use Kirya instead of Tsubasa this time. There are 2 axe armors, and they can session Tsubasa and make me sad. Also, swapping the immobility talisman to Kirya. Oh, you remember that guy we saved in the Chapter 1 dungeon randomly? He's evil. He's working with Garnet. He wants to revive Medeus. So Wyverns are dragons. So I can use Wormicide, start a session on them. Yashiro's best option is to counter. Oh, I got the double! Counter is so good. And now Kyria has Mahazandine to play with. Huge wind damage. This round, the Armor Knights are going to bodyguard, so Itsuki will charge instead. The fun thing about Kyria's weapon is that it absorbs wind. So she got healed by that. I can use an AoE attack to get around the bodyguard though. Ooh, it's Doom Catcher. The skill is Thunderstrike. It's a heavy physical electric element attack, which suits Itsuki much better than Zio does. Chapter 5 done. Chapter 6 is the final chapter, but it is also very long. During this intermission, I'm going to learn another ad-lib skill for Itsuki, Firm Resolve. Like the other ad-lib skills, I want to purposely avoid using sword skills for a little bit to save it for a specific fight. So the entrance to the dungeons is in the Bloom Palace, but I want to do some prep first. So we have to take the long way around. First thing I'm gonna do is talk to Yashiro and start his first side story. Yashiro is supposed to be this like amazing actor guy, but apparently he's also a moron and doesn't know he needs to eat, so he's starving. We told him to go to the cafe and buy some food. But then Mamori finds him collapsed outside the entrance of the cafe. After some quick shopping, we'll go reunite with Mamori. So now, insane food critic Itsuki is going to teach Yashiro how to make similarly unhinged food critiques. And Yashiro will show up on Mamori's cooking show, where Mamori only cooks with a microwave because cooking with actual utensils would be too dangerous for a child. At the start of the chapter, I get access to more accessories. These ones are really expensive, so first I'm going to sell that gold bar I got earlier for 300,000 yen. Even with that, it's not enough to afford all of it, so Itsuki's going to get the Trickster. This is the cooler version of the Wind Anklet. Gives me even more speed. And then Tsubasa has a unique one, the Pegasus earrings, that increases both speed and magic. And that works really well for her. I think this next cutscene speaks for itself. So by completing Yashiro's side story, we get access to an ad-lib performance, the Hungry Man. It's an AoE physical sword attack. I want to do something tricky with this, though. We learned Diamond Splitter previously, which is an armor effective skill. If I trigger the Hungry Man with Diamond Splitter, the Hungry Man will inherit the armor effective property. So this upcoming mini-boss, there are 2 armors that are really bulky. And with this attack, I can just sort of nuke damage all of them at once. Here's the area of memories. It's not a super long dungeon, but there are 3 boss fights in it. Over here is a little secret teleport to get a bead chain. Bead chains are good items that full heal every party member. Oh, I was so close.
初見だ注意しろこれで俺を構えろいつき
This upcoming fight's pretty interesting. It's sort of its own puzzle you have to figure out. There are two armors that bodyguard the other units. One is Lind, who's a healer that has the annoying tendency to seal your party. And then there's also Gordon, who's a cracked DPS. You can't attack them directly because they're being guarded, but you need to stop them because you don't want your party getting sealed. Reduces your actions. They also use skills that basically mimic attack mirrors and magic mirrors. But one of the nice things is special performances and ad-libs break through those skills and just attack anyway. So Gordon will murder me. I'm using an attack mirror purely for defense. Especially Tsubasa. I want to use Yashiro during this fight, but I swapped him out of the party. The idea here is that Kiryu is so slow, she's going to go after Lind. Even if like Kiryu gets sealed, then I can just swap Yashiro in during her turn. And I can completely avoid it. Swap Yashiro in. He's going to charge, set up for big damage. And then Tsubasa is going to Tarukaja to make this do even more damage. We have both Tarukaja and Rakunda, which double buffs, basically. And then Diamond Splitter on Lind. Huge damage.
Mirage の気配。敵だ。一気に決めろ。
This guy's chasing me. Oh, I gave up.
敵の気配は消えたようだ。
This is another fight that uses Fire Emblem spirits. This time there's basically going to be 3 DPS enemies that hit really hard. Of note, there is Jagen, who is a cavalry unit, and Itsuki has the skill Espada. So I'm going to do the exact same trick with Itsuki's ad-lib, Firm Resolve, inheriting the horse effective damage from Espada.
Yes.
Itsuki, 必ず奴らを止めるぞ。了解。
勝つわよ。よし。よし。
Wow. Skill issue. Insane. It's not quite as impressive, but getting 2,300 damage on Jagan's good. This might get a little messy though. I should have attacked mirrored, I think. This is annoying.
Mirage attack. いけるぞ。了解。バッチリ合わせるからね。ファイトだ。
Ah, he's not dead. I'm gonna lose a little bit of experience from this. I think it might be better just to redo the fight. Like, if I got the session attack with Tsubasa, Agma would have been dead. Attack mirror. Pala with the insane dodge. What do I do here? I'm just gonna attack mirror to be safe. Alright, we're in much better shape this time. I think my Zondyne is a little less accurate than Zondyne. Cool. Here, I'm gonna grab some Performa from the random encounters. These fights have archers in them. Man. Which will session Tsubasa. It seems to be the recurring theme, is take Tsubasa out of the party because she will get sessioned.
ひとまずは敵だ。不意打ちに気をつけろ。
絶対レード体験してみる。
注意しろ。かけてみるか。試練一戦。よし。
こんな敵いたかしら。どうかしら言いたいわよ。やったわ。
見せてくれ。
隙だらけだ。ナバール、俺に力を貸せ。
任せろ。
切り刻んでやる。もらった。
いいわね。
初めて見るやつだ。慎重に行こう。
Where's he?
やってみるしかないよね。
そい。この日を逃すな。
行け。
これで終わり。
お疲れみんな。
I still need one more from the sorcerer. Oh, well, I ran into it, so I might as well kill him and try again. One of the later fights also spawns sorcerers, so it's probably slower just to run from this, though. Cool. I also need a Fujin force. And they're only weak to lance and electricity, so this boss is here. I feel like on normal you have to get your level up a fair bit. Just because you don't have the 2x experience thing, which is weird. I feel like if you play it as you would casually, you'd get enough performance to make weapons naturally, so you wouldn't have to worry. I don't think the game's like intended for you to craft every single weapon. Theoretically, you can also make each weapon 10 times for like a +9. Which is definitely not intended. If I had gotten 2 storm forces there, it'd be really good. But I'll have to come back later. I need to restock on attack mirrors mainly before the next boss fight. But we also got a bunch of money, so I can buy that armor I had to skip before. Oops. Report. So I'm buying another trickster that's meant for Yashiro, but I want him to keep his current accessory because it increases his strength. And then Kiria's kind of a lost cause in terms of speed. So I'm opting to get the Ring of the Soul Taker, which just increases her magic by 10 to make her hit even harder. Should buy some options too. Yeah, I got lucky. They can cast Confuse, which really messes you up. Wait, did I hit the teleporter? Oh no. Oh, I did. I'm done. Oh, I was supposed to craft some weapons. I can do that before the fight, or after the fight. I have a spot. Okay. Open with strike opposed, give myself 2 actions, and then I'm going to Raccoonda, make my attacks do more damage. Boss is going to Tarakaja for the double attack buff. And now we're just gonna go crazy with wind skills. Garnet can be a slow fight. His attack animations are unskippable. So I want to kill him as fast as possible. Right now he's spawning these 2 weapon spirits. They'll do sword attacks, which Kiria will die to. So I want to use attack mirrors to block them. He's also casting Mind Surge. Every time he uses a skill, it'll cost more EP. But I can beat the fight before it's a problem. Garnet is definitely one of the fights. That is the reason we build all on wind. Itsuki's on support duty, mostly because he can't do wind damage. Garnet will also make these weapon spirits explode. Nice damage. So here, this one will turn red, and in a couple turns it will explode. I need to definitely make sure I block it. You can see how much Itsuki's Wind Slash is doing here. Each session attack's doing like 400 damage, which is about the same as Kiria's. So it definitely makes a difference. Going into trouble for that. Okay, good. Sometimes Itsuki can get outsped by the weapon spirits, which is the worst. Hopefully I actually kill the weapon spirit with Kiria's Mazandine. That way I can just focus on damage dealing. Oh, she has no EP anymore. Oh, that really sucks. Depending on turn order, I might get owned here. Okay, good. The one that exploded went first. If it went second, it would cause a problem. Oh, I can still cast. Let's go. That used all my EP. I was so close to the 4 round. No. Tragic. Alright, Tsubasa. Now's the time to prove that you don't have a skill issue. Alright, she did it. So proud. So you need to remember to craft those weapons before you leave the Bloom Palace. Stage rank, the more stage rank you get access to more Radiant skills, which you make in the Bloom Palace. They also gate side stories behind them. Surfing +1. You want the 5th skill on this. I think it's like Martyr Expertise, which increases damage from effective damage weapons or skills. And then you want the Tathlum. Tsubasa's about to learn a bunch of healing skills, and she actually won't have enough skill slots for them, so I'm picking up command repertoire. Give her extra slot. And then getting smash hit for both Tsubasa and Yashiro. It'll just increase how much SP I gain during battle. Okay. So this is the last dialogue choice that will give me friendship points. If I picked all of them correctly throughout the entire run, I will learn Falling Star, which I don't think I've missed any. I'll have to pay attention to the text box and see if it shows up. Yeah, I got it. Cool. So Falling Star is a duo art like Dreamcatcher. It's a Lance element though, so I can start a second session off of it. The nice thing about it is it's physical, so if I'm doing a charged attack, it will, you know, multiply that damage as well. You get about 2,000 damage against bosses. So definitely can save some time by getting lucky proccing it. So for the final dungeon, we're heading to the Cosmic Egg, which is looking all crazy. Which has the portal to Illusory Dollar. Each section of this area will have a boss refight to it. So there's just going to be a giant boss rush before the end of the game. You can. The easiest way, I don't do any of Tsubasa's side stories, and those give her friendship points. But in a speedrun context, it's routed so that you can't miss a single question. I think if you purposely picked all the wrong choices, though, it technically is missable, which is kind of funny. Wow, what am I supposed to do here? I got lucky. So there's a lot of block puzzles in this dungeon. Here there's these like binary moving blocks, and by moving this block it shifts the initial positions of them all. So now I can get to the second half of the room. In each room there will be a crystal I have to collect, and then I put it on the elevator, which activates it. So here's the crystal. And the first boss refight is Garrick. He's from the prologue, but Gojuin's not evil now, so it's just Garrick. Putting Yashiro in. This fight's pretty straightforward. I'm just gonna charge and do a lot of damage. Also use Tarukaja. Yeah, Yitsuki's session attack did like 1,000 damage there. So when you learn the same skill multiple times, you can get like a +1 variation of it. Most of the time it just makes it cost less EP to cast. But I think some of the attack ones slightly increase its attack power. Fortunately, the fight I wanted to fight is Savage Counter. This one will play nice though. I already have a lot of SP. Normally I'd be short. Oh, I do need 2 SP. Okay. So yeah, the boss, we'll use some special performances on. I also need to get a Dark Knight Force. If I'm really lucky, I will get 2 of them to drop. But I've been very unlucky in my practice. If I do, I can like save a little bit of time with rerouting. So pretty much it's always better to pick Dreamcatcher unless you have a charged attack. So you only see me use it on boss fights, pretty much. Here, I'm just going to break their magic mirror. Kiria absorbs wind, so it's completely safe.
ナバール、俺に力を貸せ。任せろ。それよ、それよ。俺の剣技、見せてやる。そこだ。決まった。クロム、俺に力を貸してくれ。おう、見切った。これだな。鬼で翼。これで終わり。やれやれ。
Okay, I only got one Dark Knight Force. Unfortunate.
俺の技、今の五木なら使いこなせる。俺が力になる。行くぞ。敵の気配は五木。近いぜ。
This has a similar puzzle to the last room. I need to offset the blocks in order to progress. So the crystal's just chilling around this corner. And I can use these newly introduced one-way block platforms to get to the center while the blocks positions are shifted. You might get easily confused. So the next refight is Aversa. Her attack animations are also unskippable, so I'll be using Pastel Power, which will delete one of her turns. That can save about 30 seconds. Oh, I need to use a Claptrap. No. Opening with Strike Oppose, just so I get some more actions to kill the ads quickly. This fight's gonna look pretty similar to the Garnet fight because Aversa is a flying unit and is also weak to wind. She's also weak to electricity though, so I can sneak in a Thunder Strike. She does the same thing she did in her original fight. Oh, the worst luck! No, I lose 2 actions. Ah. Help. That was rough. I don't know if I can mentally recover from that. So she's gonna target Tsubasa, who's also debuff defense. Stop! Help. Oh my goodness. This will slow things down a little bit. Because Tsubasa's a little bit higher level, her attacks do more, so I want to prioritize her attacking over Kiria, the Tarukaja cast. Ah! Help. The game is saying no. So hard right now. I think she can tank this with Endless Song. Skill issues, Tsubasa. She is accuracy debuffed, which mega sucks. I'm so owned right now. I think she'll die. Well, at least they got rid of her debuffs. Okay, she dodged, which is actually huge right now. I need this. I'm like afraid to use Tsubasa now because it'll just miss. I also need to heal. You get to see the like Elwyn session animation though. The one time I used it. Don't do it! Don't do it! She didn't do it, thank God. Wow, is this 3 targets in a row of Tsubasa? She really hates her. End my suffering. We did it. I got 4 Dragon Master forces though, which is good. I won't have to do any extra fights for those. Get rid of Dash Step, I guess. Pierce. I think I should get rid of Dash Step first. Yeah. I have to get rid of this. Oh, whoops. So I'm taking a detour to craft some weapons. We're approaching the end of the game and there's not a lot of time to grind these weapons, so if I can get weapon experience while I'm fighting enemies for Performa or doing the boss fights, it speeds up what I have to do at the end of the run. He's getting the Exalted Falchion. I want to craft this weapon twice as well. It has a skill Fighting Spirit, which increases his damage if he's at full health. Oh, I don't actually get to get extras. And then Yashiro's getting the Masakato sword. This one gives him null fire. The cool thing about the funny blue sword is that the only weakness it has is fire. So if I get null fire, he won't have any weaknesses, and he'll be a really good tank for the final boss. I already got command repertoire. As well as crafting that weapon now means I have 0 Dark Knight forces, so I can get one again with full odds. The funny thing about the Cosmic Egg is when you're walking through it, the camera changes. So my strat is to hold right on the D-pad. If you continue holding the direction through the camera changes, you still continue to go the same direction. And it's a straight shot all the way to the door. Yeah, I saw a little bit of the SMT4 Apocalypse run. I don't know the Cosmic Egg lore, so it's interesting seeing it in there too. What are these guys even weak to? I guess fine. Help. I don't think Tsubasa can ever escape the title skill issue now. Oh, did I get the thing? Yeah. Part of the fun is knowing how to quickly look up which performa you need in the big list of all performa in your inventory, in case you weren't paying attention during the results screen. So this section has this maze filled with invisible teleports. We're chasing after this Mirage because he stole the crystal. Wow, the one I needed is now a savage. I'm sad. So this upcoming fight is going to have a general. He's really bulky and takes a long time to kill. If I get lucky, Kyria will go first, and I can use Makajimon to seal it, which will increase his damage. Oh, hell yeah.
呪いの力だ。
いつき近いぞ。戦いは回避できたか。いつき近いぞ。戦いは回避できたか。
This part's really funny. You can't skip the cutscene until the Mirage gets to the other side, so you just have to wait awkwardly. There's this hidden area over here. Has a treasure chest with a magic tome in it. If you use 2 magic tones, you get a free level up. So I'm going to use this to boost Itsuki's level at the very end so that he does more damage to the final boss. And then we got to corner this guy, so I'm taking the long path around. We get the crystal. Next street fight is Gangrel. Gangrel is also incredibly bulky and it's not worth attacking. So I'm going to change Tsubasa to a lance that nulls sword. And then I'm also going to put some weak armor on her. Because we're going to abuse attack mirrors again. The first part of the fight, there's 3 warriors I need to take care of. Ideally, Tsubasa will use Sexy Dance and I can prevent them from attacking me. Otherwise, they will session her and I'll be sad. Fortunately, she did not outspeed them. Maybe I'll still get lucky. I did not get lucky. All that speed for nothing. What do I want to do? Dekunda.
Mirage attack. その技で決めろ。ファイトだ。いけんだよ。消え去れ。切磋琢磨とはこういうことか。遅い。やった。言い切ったぞ。
Okay. I might have to restart. This is just like really bad. Tokyo Mirage Sessions is taking the opportunity to remind me just how hard this game is. Alright, this is what we want to see. We got one charmed, let's go.
聞くかどうかけて聞くかどうかを終わりにしてやる。はっ！やった！なこと。すごいやつなんだ。クロム直伝だ。その調子だ。いつけ。次だ。しまった。
Now one charmed and the other one's almost dead, which is good. Now that the axe people are dead, he's gonna shift into a phase where he'll do 2 physical attacks. He also does an AoE attack before it. These animations are very slow, so I want to end this as quickly as possible. I'm gonna go for a YOLO attack that I'm predicting I will miss. Oh, we hit! Let's go! Yashira's gonna swap out for level 25 Toma. He has the weakest armor on in the game. He's gonna use an attack mirror.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you don't get... Your subcast does get experience, but it's like 25%, so they get really underleveled if you don't use them. So because of this, Toma is going to take a bunch of damage, but the attack mirror will reflect it. He did about 2,200 damage to Gangrel. And right now he's getting sealed. I don't want him to attack Toma. Alright, that's good. Because Toma's sealed now, he will take even more damage. So that will reflect even more. We got the kill. I'm proud of you, Toma. You need to remember to put Tsubasa's actual accessory on, or she'll be like tissue paper for the rest of the game. Also, he's still sealed, and that persists out of battle, so I'll just have this icon floating next to my head for a bit. Here's the final room in the game. There are these one-way block pads, and they basically make pipe maze. First, I'm taking this path. There's a block over here I can ride back to the starting platform, which will offset them. Ooh. I was aiming the wrong direction. So there's 3 statues on the other end. I need to talk to both the left and right statue before I can talk to the center one. And that will give me the crystal. So I take this path down, and with the block shifted, I can get to the statue. Savage. Savage.
落ち着けばきっと大丈夫。任せて。
敵だ。不意打ちに気をつけろ。ひとまずは安全か。敵が現れたぞ。
So this is a really good encounter. You can spawn 4 parasites, which is the highest level enemy in the game.
いつでも行けるわよ。ありがとう、シーダ。
Parasites are weak to physical attacks, and also they can use basically an attack mirror. So I want to kill them as fast as possible.
どうかしら。はっ。
But if I'm grinding weapon experience, then these guys will give me a lot because they're higher level than I am right now.
やるぞ、いつき。
ああ、
失敗しないといいな。
仮の刃よ。
キリアさん、つないで。
しまった。
私に任せなさい。これでどう。
さて、
それいけそうね。今だよ、お願い。
おめだ。
私はミラージュマスターだから。
逃すな。
よし、飛んでっちゃえ。いいわね、任せるわ。頼んだ。
よし。
かかってきなさい。
やった。はっ。
いつき、勝てるか。
まだまだ。
今ぼーっとしてなかった？
オッケー。
瞑想してただけ逃がさないんだから。やったね。
次。しまったな。
Alright, it's not really worth fighting it, so I'm just gonna run away.
俺に任せて。
I needed 2 parasite suckers and I got 4, so I'm set. You need to make sure that my weapons are mastered though. I need 1 more skill.
みんな、チャンスだ。
大丈夫。翼ならやれるわ。他のは
Itsuki also has
集中して。
Raccoonda you can use because they use attack mirrors.
他の技の落ち着いて。集中して。
It might not be the best idea to use Heat Wave, but
クロム、俺に力を貸してくれ。
おう。
うわっ。
強敵よ、気をつけて。はっ。みんな、無理はしないでね。よし、任せて。
助かった。
その調子だ、いつき。
うん、これだ。
unfortunately this encounter you have to travel a little bit to get to it, so I can't use it again. There's so many items in my inventory. So I need to master this because I'm about to craft the +1 of it.
今のいつきなら使いこなせる。 敵だ。不意打ちに気をつけろ。
The second statue is pretty easy. You just take the block across.
敵が現れたぞ。敵の気配は消えたようだ。 いつき近いぞ。
Oh, I already did it.
敵が現れたぞ。ひとまずは安全か。
They never showed up in Nintendo sales, so you can assume the worst. They didn't break 1 million. And they had to cancel their big concert thing, which I think made a lot of money too. So this weapon, the Karuda, I need Tsubasa to +1 it, but it needs Performa from the final room of the game, so it's sort of the thing holding us back. And then I also need to master the Exalted Falchion +1. I did not get a second Fujin Force, so I have to go grab that right now. Yeah.
気をつけてみんな。これなら。気をつけてみんな。いいね。私のやりさばき。やしろ。
記憶などなくても俺には五木との絆がある。走れ。ナイスだ。
やしろさん。
Dang. Oh, goodness. This fight can definitely be difficult. A lot of goofy stuff can happen. Praying for Tentarafu to not hit. Nah, Kiri's just gonna die instead. That's fine. Oh, right, she gets healed. We're good. Because I only need 1 Performa, I'm just killing the enemy I need and then running away. I got 3 of the one I didn't want. You love to see.
受け取って翼。油断せずに行くわよ。
俺だって成長してるはず。
よく頑張ったな。
バッチリ合わせるからね。
落ちろ。
お願い。
この日を逃すな。
貫くよ。
次。
よし。
いいね。俺に任せて。
There we go.
俺の技。今の五木なら使いこなせる。
So coming up is the refight of Exilus. It's pretty similar to the previous Exilus fight. Instead of Yashiro, there will be a Swordmaster stand-in. Exilus is also insanely bulky, so I'm doing the same thing where I'm going to attack the Swordmaster, and Exilus will heal him with his own health. Itsuki is sort of like an ad-lib machine at this point, so I very much don't want him to attack because it's very likely the hero would die. If the hero dies, it bumps Exilus to his final phase, where he starts using powerful AoE magic that will destroy me. So Kiri and Tsubasa are just going to use wind skills on him, and Itsuki will do support. Wow, she survived a sword attack. I'm impressed. I think she can survive 2 magic attacks. Or he's gonna retake anyway. Yeah. Like, this would kill Kiria now, so I have to heal. Ideally, I want Itsuki to be healing, so Tsubasa gets more actions to attack.
Mirage attack. いけるぞ。了解。ありがとう。俺に任せて。
He's putting up Mocker Guard. I'm just gonna attack into it with Kiria because she absorbs wind. Oh, it doesn't even reflect. Yeah, he's not low enough to go to his final phase. Oh, I don't have Rakukaja anymore. I'll just start Kaja again. So he's gonna do one last retake, and then the next turn he will go into his final phase. So I'm going to set up a magic mirror in advance. Even though he casts Machra Guard, the Reflect will still go through it. Alright. Now there's nothing in the way between us and the final boss, Medeus. However, I do need to learn the last skills off my weapons and do some little prep. Get Wormicide up to +3.
この力受け取って翼
I don't think anyone submitted Persona speedruns, although there is a tiny glitch showcase, I think, of Persona 3. So Kyria will not be used in the final fight, so she's going back to the bench for the rest of the game. And this is the next best encounter to grind for weapon experience.
Mirage マスターの
この技の方が良さそうよ
これだ群がってきたか俺の剣技
Yashiro doesn't have another option besides Heat Wave, so we'll just have to tank the Tetracarns.
団体さん決めてみせるよ翼にドキドキしてね
どうしとめか遅いもらった
あれ
Yo, it gave me a magic mirror. What a friend.
翼いつでも行けるわよはあ
いつでも行けるぞパンダ無駄な攻撃はよせ
俺の剣技見せて
Every character has session skills that tell them what attacks they can follow up on. If you hit an enemy's weakness, you start a session, and then the game constructs a session from all the options you have. It tries to build the longest session you can get. Oh, is she not maxed her thing? No. I need like one more point. I need a friend. I mean, if Tsubasa goes first, maybe. I can tank one attack here. It'll be fine.
落ち着いて集中して翼にドキドキしてね
Oh, I even charmed them.
お前たちやれるなこれで
この力受け取って翼
Alright, so this is kind of the lamest part of the run. Because there's one skill we really need on Tsubasa. It's called Prayer. It's the same as Medea Rahan. It full heals every member of your party. But it also gets rid of status ailments at the same time. And status ailments are a big problem in the Medeus fight. However, it's on the weapon that you need Performa from the final room in the game in order to get, so I need to quickly learn that skill. First, I'm gonna get the Gradivis, which is a lance for Tsubasa. This is the weapon she'll actually use for the fight. It just has a higher attack power. And then I will craft the +1 of the Karuda. So I have a couple tricks to make this as fast as possible. Throughout the game, there are... You can get a very small, like, chance of a skill book dropping. If you use a skill book, you automatically learn the skill on your weapon. You have to win a battle for it to take effect. Also, the first skill on every weapon takes like 1 point of experience, so for the first one I'm just gonna auto battle and then run away. Here I'm also gonna use that magic tome I picked up to bump Itsuki up to level 57. So he'll just do a little bit more damage during the fight. I didn't check if I had enough skill books to do this. I'm gonna assume I got lucky enough. I have a second magic book? Interesting. I don't even know if Yashiro will get bumped up, but I could try. I didn't. Alright, I have the perfect amount of skill books for this, so that's good. It's not the end of the world if I don't, I just have to spend more time casting Sexy Dance for a couple turns. I'll rearrange my equipment for the fight. Tsubasa gets the Gradivis. Yashiro gets the Murasame because of that trick earlier. I'm also finally putting the Trickster on him, so he'll be fast. Everyone wants to be fast and outspeed Medeus in this fight. Just rearranging some skills so I can menu faster. Medeus can be really scary, especially the first phase, but prayer helps a lot. He just does way too much damage, and if one of your characters dies, it takes like way too many turn resources to revive them. Buying a lot of Takunda stones to get rid of debuffs, Tarukaja to buff, and then Rakukaja to buff defense. If I have like an extra turn with any random character, they can throw one of those. I'm also picking up an Amrita Shower. This one increases both Itsuki and Tsubasa's luck. So luck can do things like make you more dodgy. We suspect that it influences duo art procs, which I want to see. It's time. So starting off, I'm going to use Strike Oppose to give myself more turns to set up an advantage state. And use is going to debuff my attack and accuracy, so I can only buff my defense. Yashiro wants to charge Flame Strike. There are two adds. I'm only concerned about the Sorcerer because it can concentrate Megdealon, which will destroy me. So Yashiro's job is to take care of the Sorcerer. Itsuki's job is to do charge and Wormicide every turn of this battle. So Medeus is a dragon enemy and Wormicide is dragon effective. It's our best damaging option. Generally in this fight, I want to see Tsubasa go first, because she's got the healing skills. So like right now, I can use a Dakunda Stone before Itsuki goes. So going to Tarukaja. I want to see ad-libs as well. Oh wow, the crit 4,200. That's really good. I got the ad-lib on the wrong attack, which is sad. Or ad-lib duo art. So the ads will respawn. Ooh, that's not good. If I kill the sorcerer twice, it will spawn a druid instead. If there's two druids, it's mostly fine. I'll just use this. Probably need to Maka leave. Yeah, Yashio died, which is not fantastic. So I had to waste one of Itsuki's actions.
Mirage attack. いけるぞ。了解。これだ。こと。ナバール、俺に力を貸す。これで。
もうひと頑張りだよ。
Just Tarkaja. Okay, I got Firm Resolve. That'll also do a lot of damage. 4,400. It also killed the Sorcerer again. So I'm just going to Frost Strike. It mostly gets a charged Itsuki Session skill, which has a 3,000. This fight also introduces a new status ailment, Burning. Also, Yashiro is really susceptible to Seal. But Burning makes it so you can't participate in session attacks, and you take more damage from fire attacks. This and Seal is why having Prayer is so important, because that would be a really bad state, but with, you know, one Tsubasa turn, I can get everything back to normal. So there, now he has Burning, and this kind of sucks because Tsubasa didn't outspeed Itsuki, so I can't recover it before Itsuki attacks. I think he's really low anyway, so I might just go for the attack. No, it's not low. Probably should have Tarkaja stoned. Yeah, that's a safe option. Yeah, these healing skills use so much EP. Tsubasa's already half empty. Hopefully he doesn't get Burning again. Okay, that's fine. Because Yashiro nulls fire, I don't have to worry about burning on him. Phase 1 done. Use a chakra pot to recover Tsubasa's EP. And then this phase, there's no ads, so Yashiro's new job is to press the counter button every turn. One of attacks, Medeus's attacks, Giant Bite, Yashiro can counter, so that's a free about 700 damage. But the more important thing is it draws aggro towards him, which will keep the attacks away from my other party members. He starts off by triple debuffing, and at 50% health, he will also triple debuff. So, Takunda Stone. The flow of this fight is after a couple of turns, he's going to use a skill called Energy Drain. This will steal HP and EP, but more importantly, it will signal that his next attack is DS Ire. DS Ire is really nasty, it does about 90% of everyone's HP, and then afterwards, Medeus will also do a physical attack, so pretty much one of your party members is always going to die. In this fight, you get access to a special performance called Naga's Blessing. This makes it so your characters are immune to damage for one turn. So the strat is to know when he's going to use DS Ire and block it with Naga's Blessing. It costs 2 SP though. It's really expensive, so I have to keep on track of using clap tracks to afford it basically. So here's Energy Drain. It went on Yashiro. It's good for it to go on him because he resists bodies, so he doesn't take as much damage. So you should Soma Droplets. This will recover his EP a little bit so he can continue casting counter. And your job is not his blessing. And then after this, I'm going to use a clap track. The rest of the fight continues mostly the same. Itsuki keeps up with charge Wormicide. I keep everyone healed. Keep casting Naga's Blessing. After DS Ire, he has about a 50% chance of casting Energy Drain after 2 turns, and a 50% chance of doing it after 3. Ideally, I want to see it after 3 turns, which gives me just more time, but it's random. So the magic spell he casts is dependent on how much health he has. Right now, he's in the Zondyne phase, which is scary for Tsubasa. If I do enough damage, he'll get out of it, and from there it's mostly safe. Energy Drain.
英雄をマルス、俺に力を。
暗黒竜メデュウス、なんてまがまがしい気が。これなら
敵をよく観察しろ。
分かっている。これで
They seem to be slightly random. What I theorize is it uses like growth bracketing to make sure they don't get too low. Because at the end of the game, they always end up in the same spot.
俺に任せて。
その技で決めろ。
直伝だ。
この隙に。
決まった。
みんな無理はしないでね。
やった。
落ち着いて集中して。
助かった。
いつでも行ける。判断は任せ
I
て。
already have 2 SP, so I can just counter.
見せて。
So we've got him under 50% health, and now he's triple debuffing again.
クロム、俺に力を貸してくれ。これだ。どうしとるか。試練一戦。
みんな無理はしないでね。
承知。
これなら。
Okay, we're out of Zondyne phase, which is good.
シーダ、私に力を貸して。任せて。
悪くない。
これだ。
感謝。俺に任せて。
ありがとう。
お前たち、一気に型をつけるぞ。
ありがとう。
手伝って。
暗黒竜メデュウス、なんてまがまがしい気が。任せて。
まだまだ。この姿で情けない戦いはできない。セッションで攻めるぞ。クロムみたいに。
I didn't. I pressed the wrong one. I panicked. It's fine. It's barely any damage difference.
その力、存分に使って手伝って。
シーダ、私に力を貸して。任せて。
悪くない。
I'm just gonna Tarot Cadre, I think.
助かった。
これなら。
いいね。
その調子だ。いつき。
うん。これだ。
いつでも行けるぞ。判断は任せる。
その力、存分に使う。3。
Yo, the dodge.
俺に任せて。承知。エクセル。
最後まで一緒よ、翼。
承知。
これなら。
お前たち、一気に型をつけるぞ。で。
辛い時は私に言ってね。
承知。やった。
任せて。
助かった。お前たち、一気に型をつけるぞ。
I think I'll just charge.
で、
So after this, he's going to be in like his final phase where he casts Nagita Long, and he won't use Giant Bite anymore, so counter won't do anything. So Yashiro can attack with Frost Strike again. Alright, did it. Woo. So we still have a little bit. There's an epilogue, and then we stop timing when the credits start. So all our party members are going to be around various locations, and you can talk with them, but in order to end the game quickly, I'm just going to go straight to the Bloom Palace. So a cutscene will play, and then there'll be a fade to black, and that's when the time stops. Time. Cool. Tokyo Mirage Sessions is my favorite video game, and I'm super glad I could showcase it in a marathon.
翼はレコーディングの経験あるでしょ。だってキリアさん、フォルトナ5周年のメモリアルソングですよ。
Thank you everyone for watching.
なんだか私も緊張してきちゃいました。
とちんじゃねえぞ、エリー。
あなたこそ私のハリウッド的コーラスに絶句して歌えなくなるんじゃない？みんな気を張らなくていいのよ。リラックスしていきましょう。
安心しろ、青い月。お前の背後は俺が守る。
背後というか私たちバックコーラスです。
あ、みんな録音始まるみたいだよ。いつきくん頑張ってね。
ああ。